Good afternoon. Welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate sitting. This is the afternoon session. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This afternoon, members of the Senate will be looking at a number of bills that are up for second reading. But then the bills will be voted on. Members will go into division and vote on these bills. They are about 5 bills. This is the Disaster Risk Management Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2021 by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and Senator Sakaja Johnson, which is a resumption of debate interrupted on Wednesday, 29th September 2021. Members of the Senate will vote on this particular one. There is also the Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 33 of 2021. This is by Senator Irungu Kangata. This is a resumption of debate interrupted on Thursday, 30th September 2021. We also have the Law of Succession Amendment Bill by Senator Abshiro Halahe. There is also the Public-Private Partnership Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, that was tabled by the Senate Majority Leader. There is also the Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2020. This one was done by Senator Abdullahi Ali. These 5 bills will be read for the second time before the floor of the House of the Senate, and members will be voting. The other bills that will be read for the second time are the Heritage and Museum Bill, a County Oversight and Accountability Bill, among others. This afternoon, as well on the order paper, we expect, or rather the House, Senate members are set to consider, or rather to proceed on a committee of the whole to consider 2 bills. One of the bill is the Investment Promotion Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2021. There's also the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2020. The Investment Promotion Amendment Bill is by Senator Dr. Alice Milgo, while the County Boundaries, or rather the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, is by Senator Dr. Agnes Zani. There are a number of motions also before the floor of the House this afternoon. The motion is on the first motion is on the fast-tracking cultural developments in counties, moved by Senator Sylvia Kasanga. Senator Rose Nyamunga also moved a motion that will be looked at this afternoon on the recognizing and appreciating the elderly by county governments. Another motion is on the adoption of the first progress report of the Standing Committee on Health on the COVID-19 pandemic situation in Kenya. This is by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Health, and says that the Senate adopts the first progress report of the Standing Committee on Health on the COVID-19 pandemic situation in Kenya that was laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 30th March 2021. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, has just stepped into the Senate chambers to oversee this afternoon session. I will now hand you over to the live broadcast. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, staffers from Garissa County who are currently on a study visit at the Senate for 1 week, commencing 12th to 15th October 2021. I request each staffer to stand when called out so that they may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. 1, Omar Kayo, Principal Clerk, Assistant. 2, Abziaz Noor, Senior Research Officer. 3, Mr. Hadija Muhammad Yusuf, Senior Research Officer. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you.
Order number 3, messages.
This Maruma, Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to join you really in welcoming the county of staffers of Garissa to this house. County assemblies and Senate play a complementary role in nurturing devolution. So I know their visit here would go a long way into building their capacity. Senate being the big brothers in the devolution. So we really invite them to take time and learn as much as possible, as much as they can. And when they go back, they will also capacity build others. Mr. Speaker, devolution is the best thing that we gave ourselves as Kenyans, and it has changed lives, Mr. Speaker. I know most of the assemblies are captured by the executive, but we don't blame them really because devolution is very young. Unlike Parliament, which has run for over 50 years, I know by and by the capacity of our assemblies will be built, and finally, I know they will catch up with the National Assembly and the Senate, which is the national parliament. So I wish them well, and I welcome them. I hope they enjoy their stay in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by residents of Kericho County and members representing Early Childhood Development, ECD Teachers Association. As you are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, "Every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation." Honorable Senators, the salient issues raised in the petition are that, 1, there are unfair labor practices by the Kericho County government against ECD teachers. 2, since 204 ECD scheme of service have not been implemented. 3, there is arbitrary stoppage of stipend and emoluments entitled to ECD teachers, leading to discriminatory practices of remuneration of teachers, which in turn has led to poor performance and resignation of teachers. 4, the county government has not implemented the ECD stakeholder agreement that requires allocation of 25% of the budget to the education sector. 5, ECD teachers face inhuman transfers, contrary to Article 41(1) of the Constitution. And 6, the petitioners have attempted to have their grievances addressed by the Kericho County Government Executive and Assembly, the County Public Service Board, and the Teacher Service Commission with no success. The petitioners therefore pray that the Senate intervenes in the matter by investigating and inquiring into this matter and making recommendations on 1, confirmation of employment for ECD teachers, 2, implementation of scheme of service for ECD teachers, and 3, remuneration package and general welfare of ECD teachers. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Senator Mwaruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the petitioners from Kericho for bringing this issue to the fore. I know, Mr. Speaker, there are problems concerning the definition of who a teacher is, because teachers are defined by the Teacher Service Commission, that it's only the commission that is supposed to employ, remunerate, and so on. And so what counties did, they defined the ECD teachers as caregivers. When they defined them as caregivers, then they were able to employ them. Otherwise, all the teachers, Mr. Speaker, are supposed to be employed by the Teachers Service Commission. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we have had difficulties across most of the counties in that the remuneration of the ECD teachers is not equal across the counties. There is no scheme of service, and I know these problems are as a result, Mr. Speaker, of not having a scheme of service for ECD teachers. The other problem is that even negotiating, or a forum for negotiating for scheme of service for the ECD teachers is not there, because they are not under one umbrella, unlike the primary school teachers who have an umbrella union called Kenya National Union of Teachers, or the secondary school teachers who have the umbrella union as KUPPET. The teachers across the country are going through, the ECD teachers, very many problems to do with remuneration. I have seen counties, Mr. Speaker, through the Public Accounts Committee, counties which employ ECD teachers and pay them less than the minimum that is required in law. Some of them are paying them 8,000, 10,000, which is, Mr. Speaker, against the law. So I know the Committee of Education is going to look at the grievances that have been raised by the petitioners from Kericho, so that at the end of the day, our ECD teachers get justice. I know there has been struggle by the ECD teachers to get their rights, but up to until the time when they get unions to fight for them, there are really big problems. Most of them say, if we speak, we are going to be sacked, we're going to be victimized, and I know there are problems or there are instances where our ECD teachers are suffering in silence. Most of the teachers fear or are afraid to speak because they know they'll be victimized. But it's high time, as Senate, who are protectors of devolution, we come in to protect or to see devise means and ways of protecting not only the ECD teachers, but also workers across the county against county executives who are even employing them and paying them minimum wages or wages that are below the minimum that is required by law. I support the petition, and I know the Committee for Education will look at the ECD law, which we passed last year, to see how we can assist the ECD teachers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ephraim Maina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like to support this petition. And, Mr. Speaker, it is a sad affair that the beginning of education, where really children are supposed to be nurtured properly, is where this kind of frustration as raised by the Kirisho ECD teachers has been raised. Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether Kenya will ever stand on its feet with the county governments, the way they have been formulated in this country. And I note that even in the BBI, not much was done to streamline some of the issues that we keep on witnessing. Mr. Speaker, every county in this country would have been 10 times better than it is today. But the way resources have been dispersed to the counties and left loose without the strict government regulations, which, Mr. Speaker, demand that any officer who is making a decision on public resources should be actually be answerable to the law of the land and the action taken. Mr. Speaker, I must say that from my point of view, in most counties, 80% of the resources that go into the counties don't end up serving the basic needs that were supposed to be. That's why we have this outcry of ECD teachers, not just in Kericho, even in Nyeri County. It is the same kind of thing. The underpaying of these teachers is a perennial problem, and not recognizing them. And Mr. Speaker, I feel and I fear that this is the beginning of deterioration of education. My county, Nyeri, used to be the top in this country. When I was in the university, 15% of the population in Nairobi University actually came from my county. It is no longer the case today, Mr. Speaker. And it starts with this frustration of teachers. A teacher is the most important element in the whole education system of a child. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I hope the Committee of Education will look into this matter, besides Kelisho, wholesome, and come with serious recommendations which this House should act upon, and the Executive should also take the necessary action that will be needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Majority.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to support this petition. Speaker, I do not intend to take long in just adding my voice to the voice of the many that have already spoken. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Kericho for raising this matter on behalf of the rest of the country, because the issues raised in Kericho, Mr. Speaker, are the same issues I would have raised here from West Pokot. It's the same issues that anyone can raise anywhere else. Mr. Speaker, in this age of open budget process, which is done by the public, there should be no reason why the teachers and workers in the early childhood education should be suffering. Kericho is governed by a very reasonable university professor. And so, given that he is an educationist, he should really put a lot of emphasis on this. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that the CEC in charge of early education, which is the only thing they do, should really focus much on this sector. And he did not have to get here, and I'm glad that the Senator for Kericho is here now. He didn't even have to get here now. That means it is so bad it has come here. But I want the Departmental Committee on Education to have a very serious look at this, with the view of sorting out this problem once for all. Speaker, we don't have to have each county bringing these issues here. If one county petition, if this particular case can be dealt with, and can I be protected, Mr. Speaker, from the same
Order, Senators.
member for Kericho himself?
Let's consult in low tones. Let's consult in low tones. Yes.
Oh, it is not a member for Kericho. It is not. It is. Mr. Speaker, I want to support and ask the Honorable Senator for Kericho that the results of this should be applied to other counties as well. We'd like to see that foundation of education given serious attention. I support.
Senator Mary, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This statement has come at the right time. It's a very timely statement. The issue of ECD teachers is a concern to the education sector because we cannot have teachers who are being employed, some earning 5,000, others earning 10,000, and others earning more than 20,000. We need a proper framework where all teachers are paid according to their grades. They are paid according to their educational level. Education, the foundation of education is ECD, early childhood, and we need to emphasize on a very strong foundation. We need to emphasize on a very strong foundation where our children from ECD, from the early childhood, are being paid a lot of attention, not only by just a teacher who is just being called a caretaker, but a professional, an expert in that field. Mr. Speaker, I think it is high time counties come up with terms of reference for these teachers, a scheme of service for these teachers, a scheme of service that indicates how much you are supposed to pay according to the grades, and also issues of pension. They also need to be considered in terms of pension when they are retiring. They also need to be paid pension just like any other civil servant. The issues of also their environment, the environment of their work. Many of these teachers, ECD teachers, have no administration office to work from. They even do not have sanitation infrastructure where they work from. Most of them do not even have houses where they work from. And some of these early childhood centers or schools are also within the interior. They are also within the rural areas where there is no urban area where you are supposed to stay or be accommodated. So the issues of early childhood teachers is a very, very important issue that needs to be given a lot of emphasis, and it needs to be given a lot of seriousness that it deserves, so that at least we can have a strong foundation in our system of education. Thank you.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. Mr. Speaker, petitions are increasingly becoming a very reliable way for citizens to have their issues addressed by this House, and is increasingly becoming popular, actually, as a way for mitigating or ensuring that certain problems that are in our various counties are quickly addressed. When these teachers approached me and raised these concerns with me, on a number of occasions I've had opportunity to meet their officials and listen to them. I advised them to go this route of a petition because I have seen on many occasions different committees actually dispense of quickly issues such as this that have come before their committee and have them addressed, invite the involved stakeholders, and ensured that actually they get justice in terms of the things they are looking for. ECD teachers play a very important role, Mr. Speaker. The foundation stage of a child are actually informed by the things they learn during the very early years in school, from pre-primary, moving on, and nursery as well, up to the lower primary school. And the teachers who do that job deserve our respect and recognition as leaders. It's really unfortunate, and I mentioned this, Mr. Speaker, that a few counties, Kericho included, are yet to get to this particular point of ensuring that these teachers are given a very important place in terms of their duties and the things that they appreciate. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is the desire to have their scheme of service properly recognized by the County Public Service Board, have them taken up or signed on as county employees, have a decent salary. As it is today, actually, they shared with me their stories, and it's quite sad, Mr. Speaker, because many of them earn less than 10,000 shillings. With less than 10,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker, how are you supposed to show up every morning and teach people's children comfortably, enjoy the job that you're doing, and have your whole heart and mind completely dedicated to that job? So the issue of their pay is something that we also need to address, Mr. Speaker, as we think about how to solve this particular issue. But then, Mr. Speaker, I said this last week. I think we were speaking to something different, but in relation to education. Actually, it was on Senator Abdullah's bill on health workers, that ECD teachers are one such lot also that we have not fairly treated as an institution of the Senate. Because one of the things we must demand, despite them not being employed by TSC, nothing stops the ministry. Policy formulation is part of the duties of Ministry of Education. And we must move on from this habit where Ministry of Education, or actually generally just government ministries, so long as there is no monetary reward in formulating a certain policy, they move away from that, that duty. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, if there was a way of making money out of this problem of ECD teachers, the Ministry of Education will already by now have found out a solution. But the problem is people don't want to formulate policies where there is no material interest actually for them. And it's quite unfortunate, because how comes more than 10 years since the passage of a new constitution, there hasn't been a single task force to advise each of our counties and say that this is a proposed public policy that is uniform across all the 47 counties on how to treat ECD teachers. The teachers that teach in Nyamira, Senator Omogeni's county, and those that teach in Kericho, they all go through the same training. Why should those in Nyamira be treated differently from those in Kericho, or those in Kisumu, or those in Bungoma, and any other county? I believe we must be able to ensure that we treat all public servants that serve either in national or county governments equally across all the borders of our republic, Mr. Speaker. It's unfair that we have left many of these issues. Number one is this, of course, a unified human resource policy that we need to, just the same way we're discussing about what we need to do with the health workers, we need to do the same for ECD teachers, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I hope our colleagues, and I can see the chair for education is here. I was a bit worried that probably, maybe she's not listening to the concerns, but I can see she's here and she's noting our concerns. Part of what they must return to this house is what are the proposed solutions in terms of unifying a common practice, how these teachers are treated across all the 47 counties, so that you have them uniformly remunerated in terms of their promotion, what it takes to, how much maybe public investment can go into them in terms of equipping their skills and all those things. That will be a good move in terms of addressing these challenges. Therefore, I want to request our colleague, Senator Dr. Milgo, that you know Kericho quite well. It's part of your home. Please expedite this for us, because those teachers have really been calling out for our support, and we will appreciate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me an opportunity to make a comment on this very important petition that has been brought to the House by the residents of Kericho. Mr. Speaker, when I served with Senator Dr. Langat as in the Education Committee, there is a team that visited Germany. I was not privileged to be among the senators who went to Germany. But when they came back, they gave us a report. And what we heard from that group of senators who went to Germany is that more emphasis is given, Mr. Speaker, to early childhood education, more than even university education. Because the foundation for any child is laid at the onset when they go to ECD classes, not later. You don't need to invest on a child at university level. You need to invest on a child when they go to school in their formative years. So what has been raised, Mr. Speaker, is a very important matter. And it is really sad, Mr. Speaker, that county governments have continued to mistreat teachers who take care of these very young children, Mr. Speaker. And they are very vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. When you entrust 4-year-olds, 5-year-old, 6-year-old to teachers who are working in a frustrated environment, you're also risking the lives of these young children. And I want to tell my neighbor from Kericho that it seems these are problems that is affecting that region, because the problems you are facing in Kericho are the same problems we are facing in Nyamira. I must applaud the governor of, I think, Mandera and Kajiado. At least they are paying their ECD teachers 25,000, 30,000. Mr. Speaker, in Nyamira, the highest ECD teacher is earning 14,000, 950,000. That's house allowance for junior civil servants, Mr. Speaker. We are not being fair. We are not being fair to these cadre of employees. They are facing terrible, unfair labor practices. Mr. Speaker, this idea of keeping them under contract, and I hope Super Senator Sakaja, I hope this matter, when it comes to your committee, you will approach at it holistically. Look at the problems in other counties, and I'm inviting you to also look at my county of Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, I have teachers who are employed in phase 1. They are numbering 406 teachers who have had their salaries stopped, and as we speak today, these teachers are not in office, they are not earning salaries, they are just out there. So I really hope that this idea of recommending a scheme of service should apply to all counties. And I want to request the Speaker that we should write on this statement from these good Kenyans from Kericho, so that this committee can escalate this inquiry to other counties. And I'm inviting the committee, as I've said, to have a very keen interest on the county of Nyamira, because there are teachers, Mr. Speaker, who have arrears and paid salaries from the month of October last year to March 2021. They worked, but they have never been paid their salaries. You will be shocked, Mr. Speaker. Even if you go to the counties, there is no budget for purchase of books and chalk, simple material for these children. These teachers tell parents, in Nyamira, parents have told me that they are told by the ECD teachers to purchase materials, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, how can that be the case? Because if you are running an ECD program in your country, you must have adequate budget for materials for these teachers and food for the children, not putting teachers in a situation where they have to come with milk from their homes to come and feed the children in ECD classes. So this is a very important matter that touches on our children. These are our future leaders, and we really want to appeal to the committee that is chaired by the very able Senator of Nairobi, the incoming governor of Nairobi, Senator Sakaja. We want you to look into this matter. We want to welcome you to our counties. We want you to come have meeting with our ECD teachers. you solve their problem, not just in Nairobi, but all over in the country. And you know you are still young and very promising, Senator Sakaja. After we have put in our Biden and our Mandela, we'll be thinking about you in future. So do a good work, make our teachers proud. I want to go to Nyamira and tell my ECD teachers, your problems have been solved because of the good work of Senator of Nairobi, Senator Sakaja. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja is actually next.
Is it a coincidence, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, first I want to agree completely with Senator Omugeni on the many things he has said, including, inshallah, God willing, being governor next year of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, I think he is right that this is really a labor issue that we can look at jointly with the Education Committee. Of course, education is, the ECD is the basic foundation of the education of our children. If you get it wrong at the ECD level, it's very hard to get it right later, because that is when they are told about a bottle or bottle. That's how they are told to pronounce certain things, and if they don't get it then, they won't get it. Plus also the discipline of attending school, it changes a lot, and I can see it even in my own children. Mr. Speaker, I say this is a labor issue because, incidentally, this morning I've just signed a bill on the County Public Service Boards. It's an amendment to the County Government Act. Initially, it was supposed to be a County Public Service Boards bill, which now institutionalizes each of our 47 County Public Service Boards, so that we do not have a situation where the standards, for instance, in education in Nyamira, are very different than the standards of Makueni or in Bomet, so that we can have inter-county transfers. If you're hired, employed in Makueni, you can go and work in Taita Taveta. If you're hired in Nyamira, you can go and work in Mandera. Because if you don't do that, Mr. Speaker, our counties have become ethnic Balkans, where if you're a Luya from Bungoma, you cannot even work as a Luya in Kakamega. They'll say you go to Bungoma. So what if your name is actually Mutua and you're born in Bungoma? You have no hopes. So there are many things we want to do, but we really must harmonize the schemes of service to make sure that ECD teachers are given the same and equal treatment and they're taken seriously. Counties are not taking the education docket seriously because it's only ECD that is devolved to them. Yet many counties like Nairobi, we have a lot of these schools which are former, what we are calling the county, the council schools, that you go there, it's in a deplorable state. None of you would want your children to be in such a school. And Mr. Speaker, it's the same when you look at CHVs. Community health volunteers as well, Mr. Speaker, play such an important role. They need to be given something. They work for free. Last week I was talking to my CHVs from Kariobangi North. There are around 110 of them, just in Kariobangi North Ward. But they're the ones who know who is sick, which house has TB, which house has this issue. And if they're paid, I did quick maths. In all my 85 wards, if I pay, if I get 100 of them, that's 8,500. If each of them get an allowance of 15,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker, that's 127.5 million a month, coming to 1.53 billion a year. 1.5 billion in Nairobi, with a budget of 40 billion, is a drop in the ocean. But Mr. Speaker, investing that in these CHVs will in turn reduce the cost of healthcare by more than 3 billion. So there are many things I think governors need to take seriously and to think differently. I don't understand why. Maybe if Senator Mugeni is a prophet and what he's saying becomes true. From next year, community health volunteers in Nairobi will have 15,000 minimum. All of them. All 8,500 of them. They will have 15,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker. So if they're listening, they should know what to do. I spoke to the ones in Kariobangi North. And so will ECD teachers. ECD teachers as well, Mr. Speaker, because if you look at the cost on preventative
Order,
health,
Senator
yes.
Omanga.
I agree with her as well. Senator Omanga said
Order. This is
for
not
governor,
a campaign. This is not a campaign platform. That one you will say it out there.
But they want me to join UDA. Mr. Speaker, the important point is this, and I'm glad Senator of Kericho is here. Senator of Bomet, I have not seen, but I've seen Senator Milgo, and Senator of Nyamira. Towards the end of this month, my committee is actually coming to your counties, and you will be informed early. There were the issues you had brought on T. There are some issues Senator Kericho had brought. So we will combine with this, because Senator, the Chair of Education, is also a member of the Committee of Labor. So allow us to look at it jointly. So that at least by the time we're finishing this Senate, we have changed certain things, Mr. Speaker, on how we take care of our teachers and our community health volunteers. I have to add that because they're as crucial as each other. Thank you, sir.
We only have about 4 minutes. Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwanza nataka kuwapatia kongole wale walimu wa huko Kericho kwa kuleta haya malalamishi ama ulalamishi wa uandikishaji kazi na masaibu ya mishahara kwa walimu ama walimu wa shule za chekechea. Kwanza kabisa Bwana Spika, tunaelewa kwamba uti wa mgongo wa elimu za watoto wetu zinapatikana katika shule za chekechea, kwa sababu kila mtoto anayezaliwa akianza skuli akifika kama miaka 3 ama miaka 4, mtoto huyo kwa sababu anatakana kuwa na msingi mwema, atakapoanza darasa lake la kwanza ni sharti aende katika shule ya chekechea. Na ni jambo la aibu hivi leo katika Kenya yetu. Jambo hilo haliko Kericho peke yake, lakini liko katika kila mahali ndani ya Kenya hii. Walimu katika skuli za chekechea ni walimu ambao wanapata tabu sana. Ni walimu ambao wanabaguliwa, ikifika kwamba unaweza kufananisha mwalimu anayefundisha darasa la kwanza na mwalimu wa chekechea, ni kwamba mwalimu wa chekechea ni hatiliwi maanani kabisa katika shughuli zake za utendakazi. Hali sasa sisi tukiwa tunaangalia katika hizi serikali zetu za ugatuzi, skuli zile ambazo walimu wanaandikwa na serikali, wanafundisha katika darasa la kwanza mpaka darasa la 7, wanaangaliwa vizuri, wanalipwa mishahara, wanaambiwa hao ni walimu wa kudumu, ya kwamba watafanya kazi mpaka wafike mwaka fulani, wanaenda retirement, wanaenda uzeeni wakiwacha kazi. Lakini walimu wa skuli za chekechea ni walimu ambao wanaweza kuandikwa leo na baada ya wiki 2 ama mwezi mmoja ama miezi 6 ama 10 akaachishwa kazi, kwa sababu wanachukuliwa kama ni walimu wa reja tu hivi ambao hawana maana. Sisi tunasema ya kwamba malalamishi kama haya ambayo yameletwa hivi sasa yameletwa wakati muafaka ambao bunge la Senate lazima litamke kupitia kwa kamati yake ambayo itachunguza maneno haya. Tunaelewa kabisa ya kwamba katika utendakazi wazungu walisema happy worker is a productive worker, ya kwamba mfanyikazi ambaye ana raha anaweza kufanya kazi na akaweza kuleta mazao ya ule utendakazi wake. Ikiwa walimu wa skuli za chekechea hatutawaheshimu, ikiwa walimu wa chekechea atakuwa hajui kama leo anafundisha na kesho kazi yake itakuwa imekwisha, itakuwa hiyo hatuangalii siku za usoni. Bwana Spika, nataka kumalizia nikisema ni lazima zile ari za walimu wa chekechea zitekelezwe, na kwamba kamati ambayo itahusikana na malalamishi haya yaliyoletwa na walimu kutoka Kericho wasiangalie Kericho, bali tuweke mikakati kisawasawa ambayo itaweza kuangalia walimu wote wa skuli wanazofundisha skuli za chekechea katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Like I indicated, our time for petitions is over. Order, I know it's really over. And you are actually at the bottom of those who have asked to speak. But okay. Okay. Keep it brief. Pardon?
Mr. Speaker,
but the chair is coming to you, so, okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. Sorry, I've just come in, and this is a very important topic on which I think I should speak. And I just remind you that I'm Senator number 1, and therefore when I want to speak, I should speak. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think we have underestimated the importance of ECD, early childhood education, in this country. We think that because it's at the very basic, therefore it is county governments to deal with it, And it's very true that under our constitution, it is the county governments which have the responsibility to deal with education, pre-primary education, village polytechnics, homecraft centers, and child care facilities. So it is exclusively a county government matter. Because if you contrast that with the national government's function as relates to education, it is education policy, standards, curricula, examinations, and the granting of university charters, and then 16 universities, primary schools, special education, secondary, and so on. And therefore, the tendency has been to leave everything to county governments. And that's why we have this dichotomy that in some county governments, they are doing very well. In others, they are not doing very well. And as far as this motion is concerned, there are some exemplary examples like Mandera and Kajiado, which have done very well as it relates to the remuneration of ECD. Mr. Speaker, sir, I remember during the election in 2013, I met the ECD teachers, and they really wanted to be recognized and also to be given terms by the county government on which should be followed. But obviously, it's obvious that if we leave everything to county governments, we are going to have a dichotomy. And yet, I believe educationists will tell you that if the foundation of your education is wrong, then whatever happens at the upper levels of education, primary, secondary, and so on, will also be wrong. And that's why in some countries, this early childhood and primary are regarded as so important that even the teachers who teach there have doctorates. The teachers who teach there are not failures at Form 4. They are actually doctorates who teach at that level. And the danger again we are having, in as much as the educational policies, primary school and so on, is standardized throughout Kenya, if you're going to have different standards at county level, then when they now go to primary, we are going to have again a dichotomy of education in various areas. And most counties are going to suffer because of that. And those who have recognized the importance of ECD are going to succeed. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the Ministry of Education particularly cannot avoid responsibility in setting standards. It is a responsibility of the Ministry of Education to have educational policy and standards. And the standards, when you read Regulation 15, standards, they don't say standards in primary schools and above. It's just standards in education. They don't say education policy in primary schools and above. It just says education policy. And I believe time has now come when the Ministry of Education can at least be a regulator in terms of setting the standards of ECD, what they should teach and how it should be taught, and how it can be synchronized now with this CBC program that has come up. I'm not so sure that it has really been tied in properly from pre-primary. You start meeting the CDC when you're in primary school. And maybe what went on before that does not tie in properly. And there we are making a mistake. And I believe the Ministry of Education, when they were on this CBC policy, they should also have touched on the type of what should be taught at pre-primary, in pre-primary institutions like the ECD schools. And therefore, I want to appeal to the Ministry of Education not to wash their hands on this matter, but to set standards for all the ECD countries, both in terms of what should be taught, but also standards in terms of the sort of an advisory nature on the type of salaries and remuneration that the county governments should give to the ECD teachers. It's recognized that the county governments are the employers, and therefore they can pay anything. And that's why you're now having these differences. And county is saying we should be like county so and so. But if there was an advisory body which other Minister of Labor which says the type of salaries that should be given to ECD should be this, and then the county government can have, of course, the discretion to up what has been suggested. I think that will be a solution and a way forward. But I thank the Senator of Kericho for having brought this petition. It's a very, very important petition, and it should make us look again that we cannot just leave county governments completely on ECD, but they should be guided in terms of what should be taught. They should be guided in terms of remuneration of the teachers. I thank you.
Okay, honorable senators, even as I commit this to the relevant committee, I think there's an act, there's now law, which was passed and assented to by the president from this house on the ECD, Senator Zani's bill. So as even the committee looks at this, maybe working total in Larson with that law so that you see which areas maybe are left out and what needs to be maybe added or amended. So pursuant to standing order number 2321, the petition should be committed to the relevant standing committee for its consideration. In this case, I direct that the petition be committed to the Standing Committee, Labor and Social Welfare. In terms of standing order number 2322, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. Thank you. Next order. Or maybe before that, okay, take your seat. Okay, I have a message, a passage of the National Health Insurance Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2021. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order number 41.3 and 4, I have received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the Assembly of the National Health Insurance Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2021. Pursuant to the standing order, I now report the message, which I quote, whereas the National Health Insurance Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2021 was published via the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 91 of 11th May 2021 as a bill proposing to amend the National Hospital Insurance Fund Act 1998 to establish the National Health Scheme and to enhance the mandate and capacity of the National Health Insurance Fund to facilitate and deliver the universal health coverage. And whereas the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill on Wednesday, 29 September 2021, with amendments in the form attached hereto, now therefore in accordance with the provisions of Article 110.4 of the Constitution and Standing Order number 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Order, I hereby forward the bill to the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 157, which requests that a bill originating in the National Assembly be proceeded with by the Senate in the same manner as a bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading in accordance with the Standing Order 139, I direct that the National Health Insurance Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2021, be listed on the order paper tomorrow, Thursday, 14th October 2021, for the first reading. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Senator Dulo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 13th October 2021, the annual county government budget implementation review report for the financial year 2020-2021. I thank you.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Statements under Order 47-1, Senator Trans Nzoia Michael Mbito.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to request a statement on an issue of general topical concern, namely concrete plans to address recurrent hunger in the country. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, Kenya, like other parts of sub-Saharan Africa, is suffering the devastating impact of drought, and according to the Red Cross report, 2.1 million Kenyans are experiencing hunger and water scarcity as a result. The affected people have their dignity stripped away as they walk for long distances and queue for hours for relief food. Mr. Speaker, sir, the cyclic phenomenon of drought is exacerbated by the climate crisis. The President recently declared the drought a national disaster and instructed the National Treasury to release $2 billion to provide food and other emergency support to the affected families. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Meteorological Department forecast that October to December season will have scarce rainfall, which is likely to cause food shortage in the coming year. This situation demands a paradigm shift in tackling hunger and drought in this country. The government must therefore shift the focus from emergency interventions to those that build resilience of communities to adapt to extreme weather events orchestrated by climate variability. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Devolution and the National Drought Management Authority should ensure that the strategic measures like repairing and servicing boreholes, wells, and water pipes are timely. The $2 billion allocation for relief food and other emergency support should have been sufficient in restoring old boreholes and wells long before the drought and deaths and loss of livestock. Mr. Speaker, sir, further to these, to enable smallholder farmers to produce locally relevant food, oppressive laws like the Seed and Plant Varieties Act of 2012 should be relooked and amended to allow them to sell and share their own indigenous seeds. Smallholder farmers who produce 75% of food consumed in the country should be empowered to embrace traditional seeds, which have crucial genetic compositions, hence resistant to heat, drought, pests, and diseases, helping in climate change adaptation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the climate scientists say human-induced climate change contributed substantially to the 2015-2016 extreme drought over Eastern and Southern Africa by accentuating the natural El Nino impact. Therefore, Treasury ought to shift budgetary allocations from environment-degrading coal projects like the $1.3 billion allocated to exploration and mining of coal in 2021-2022 budget to fight hunger. It can drill adequate boreholes and wells for communities in drought-susceptible areas. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Blaiwo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue raised by Senator Mbito is a very serious issue. This is an issue which is coming every year, twice or thrice in certain areas. And the worst part is that the government is always talking of emergencies, it's talking about this and that, it's talking about relief food, and these things have never been useful all along, Mr. Speaker. I think it's the right time the government should think of outside the box to try and help these issues which are worsening per year. Communities are suffering, especially in the arid and semi-arid areas. Animals are dying en masse. The drought situation is increasing every year. The rainfall and the rains are failing. There's no pasture, and we are still continuing and giving out some little food here and there, which is not helpful to the people, Mr. Speaker. Of late, even the animals, the feeds which are given to the human beings, like the maize, which is from these relief things, are given to the animals instead. People don't even feel like eating it because the animals are dying en masse, Mr. Speaker. So the government has to think a way out. Instead of thinking of relief food, they should even give out cash, which will help the communities a lot. Mr. Speaker, I support the statement. Thank you.
Senator Mahmood.
So, Speaker, let me also add my voice to this statement by Senator Mbito from Trans Nzoia. So, Speaker, the current drought situation actually is very serious. In this country, drought is taken as emergency, but actually every other year there is drought. So it's something that the government actually must be prepared to deal with on a long-term basis. We should not be waiting until, the drought, starts ravaging our country and they try to intervene by way of emergency. There must be proper plans put in place. Departments like the, NDMA, which are mandated to deal with matters of drought and the rest, should have actually put in place strategic, interventions so that, this must be intervening. Mr. Speaker, currently the drought has really ravaged the part of the country. Animals are dying, people are actually having no food. Food insecurity is, estimated to continue until December this year. The rains again are predicted not to be there, maybe in good measure until December this year. The emergency intervention that was announced by the president, that's 2 billion shillings, is actually a drop in the ocean. More so, it's actually not moving anywhere. I think because the animals are dying, I think there is no proper off-take plan. And normally the interventions actually are very slow. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that this country moves from this small interventions at the wrong time, then planning for resilient measures that are requested by the senator, so that we deal with the issues of drought, which is actually a national phenomenon which keeps coming up in a very organized and systematic manner, properly structured manner. So, Speaker, having said that, for now, what is in the place, because food security for human beings is an issue, but food security for animals is another big issue. Our animals are dying. Even the most resilient animals like camels are actually dying because of hunger. Where there's little water, there's no grass. So I think there needs to be a lot of intervention from the national government to put more than the 2 billion and do it very fast. Because, this is a game, because we know ourselves as Kenyans. Things don't move. I think it's announced. It's about a month ago when the president announced it. And it has not gone anywhere so far. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a very serious matter. So drought must be dealt with so that, Kenyans become food secure. 60 years of independence, we should not be worried about food insecurity in our country. It's a shame if a country cannot feed itself. I support.
Senator Chararge.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I want to laud Senator Michael Mbito for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it is sad, as my brother Senator Mahmood has said, that 50 years or almost 60 years down the line since independence, we have not been independent in ensuring food security. Mr. Speaker, it behooves all Kenyans that one of the big four agenda of President Uhuru Kenyatta was the food security. Yet today we are still discussing on Kenyans going without food in northern part of this republic. Even we have Kenyans who go without food in slum areas and poor living conditions, yet the country is not poor in terms of its. Mr. Speaker, it is sad. From where you and me come from, we have a lot of maize. We don't have market. but few kilometers away there are Kenyans who do not have anything to eat. It is so sad. Mr. Speaker, you remember this year, maize farmers will harvest poor harvest because of erratic rains, especially during these seasons, Mr. Speaker. So it is very unfortunate that we don't have market for our produce, especially, and Senator Mbito comes from Trans Nzoia County, which is one of the biggest bread basket. Yet in northern part of this Kenya, Kenyans cannot have access to food, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, and this issue of creating anytime intervention, doing like tokenism, like they are doing favor to northern part of Kenya should stop. I heard the other day, even the Kenya Meat Commission, Mr. Speaker, was being given to military, although the courts have declared it unconstitutional and legal. We would have expected them to mob animals and buy them, Mr. Speaker. We would have expected even Kenyans from northern part of this republic, Samburu and other areas to be given livestock insurance, Mr. Speaker. We could have modern abattoirs where these animals are bought in large numbers, especially in northern part of Kenya, either through Kenya Meat Commission or abattoirs must be built in northern part of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, so that when such a drought strikes, and I'm happy I watched one of the interviews with residents that come from northern part of Kenya, they believe that they are not poor. It is because they have not been given opportunity. Where when a drought and famine strike, they can be able to sell the animals, get the money, the government process through abattoirs or Kenya Meat Commission. We package that meat and sell it to the outside country, outside the country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I really, it is very unfortunate that we are discussing this point in time and only doing intervention that should have addressed before, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that Kenya does not lack in its food supply. From where I come from, we have a lot of food. We don't only have market. Why does the government don't come up with innovative ways? And I want to challenge the county governments from northern part of this republic, Mr. Speaker, that they can partner with North Rift counties, those who produce more food, and they can be able, Mr. Speaker, to be able to take to those agree bilateral, is it something like an agreement between counties to counties, where they can mob up those maize that we have in excess, even others we are using, Mr. Speaker, to use as animal feeds. Yet that, Mr. Speaker, should have been bought in one way or another by going that, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately or fortunately, the CS in charge of Treasury comes from northern part of Kenya, but I have not seen him being proactive in terms of drought intervention mechanisms. He has been very busy launching the opium movement in northern Kenya. I don't know, it's part of the drought intervention. But all in all, saying this, Mr. Speaker, what I just wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from majority leader? I don't know why he's shouting. Mr. Speaker, what I was just saying is that...
I think you have to be careful. You keep sneaking in things that provoke...
No, but it's a fact, Mr. Speaker. It's something that is there. Mr. Speaker, that's why I was saying I would wish that the CS in charge of the National Treasury should be more active in terms of drought intervention measures, as is inactive of launching opium movement. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, what I just want to say in upshot is when you talk about the Big Four agenda, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the Big Four agenda...
there's a point of intervention from Senator Haji.
Sorry. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order for the Honorable Senator to insinuate certain allegations without proper, what will be the word, Mr. Speaker? But is it in order for the
without
Honorable
substantiating?
Yeah. Sorry?
Substantiating.
So without substantiating it. Whereas we know very well that the Honorable CS is trying his level best to yes, and it's actually the work of devolution because the CS has already released the funds. So is it in order for the senator to mislead the House, Mr. Speaker?
Of course, it's Senator Cherargei. Let me caution you that don't sneak in politics in when you are making your statement. Those ones you'll utter them out there, but you try to stick to what is relevant.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm just stating is in the standing orders is a statement of fact, and in law we call it judicial notice. It is in the public domain. So, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Senator Haji, for that. But of course, you should advise him to be more active in terms of drought intervention
Proceed
measures.
with what you are saying, Senator
Mr. Speaker,
Cherargei.
finally, Mr. Speaker.
Because there's a point of order from Senator Dulo.
Mr. Speaker, I think Senator Cherargei has done this severally. Everybody has a right to associate themselves with any political party that they feel like they should associate. Number two, the work of drought is not the work of CS Treasury. So he's always actually rubbing in. Let him not politicize the whole process by actually misleading Kenyans. That is the responsibility of CS Treasury. It's not. It's actually the responsibility of CS Devolution, nobody else. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator, it has even been moved to Ministry of Gender. So, but Senator Cherargei, stick to, be relevant. Let's not waste time on irrelevancies.
Mr. Speaker, now, Mr. Speaker, when you are giving directions, I would appreciate if my colleagues would keep quiet so that I can get your directions. They are also shouting like a marketplace. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to say in the Big Four agenda, we were happy when one of the Big Four agenda, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion was food security. For us who come from the region where we pride ourselves as the breadbasket of the Republic, we would have expected to get more subsidized fertilizers, subsidized seeds, so that we can plant more, Mr. Speaker, and produce highest harvest, so that our people, even in northern part and the entire Republic of Kenya, and I've said, Mr. Speaker, even in Nairobi here, there are Kenyans in slum areas who go without food. It is part of the drought and famine that are also facing in poor areas, Mr. Speaker. So I want to challenge that going into the future and appeal to President Uhuru Kenyatta. If we can ensure that in this planting season, we get subsidized fertilizer, subsidized seeds, so that as farmers we can go back and ensure we get and get more food because of the erratic rains, Mr. Speaker, we were not able to get good harvest. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Well, let's try to keep them short so that everybody has an opportunity. We're running out of the statement time. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support this statement. In fact, the people who have raised concern about the Cabinet Secretary Treasury have not seen the statement. In fact, the statement by Dr. Mbito at the tail end requests the National Treasury to reallocate its budgetary allocation to buy food. So some of the interventions, I think, are not based on what this is saying. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware, upon a request by myself to the National Cereals and Produce Board, that the storage facilities at the National Cereals and Produce Board have no food. Number two, there is no budget. This statement is so accurate that there is no budget to buy food. The food is currently with farmers like Senator Cherargei and others who have big farms, but the national government does not have food to give and has no budget for the buying of that food. So this statement, Mr. Speaker, this is a sort of statement and is a sort of discussion where we adjourn business because people are suffering. This good gentleman from Wajir, Senator Abdullahi, sent us a picture of livestock dying left, right, and center. While everybody is busy having rallies and doing funny things on top of whatever it is that they are doing, Kenyans are suffering. So, Mr. Speaker,
what's your point of
which
order?
one? Point of order?
Which is your point of order, Senator? And point out what is out of order, Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the good Senator of Makueni, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., to say other people are doing rallies, yet we saw him the other day in a political rally? Is it in order?
Let him respond to that.
What he doesn't know is that it was a by-election. I was campaigning in a by-election, which is tomorrow. So I'm not exactly campaigning for 2022 like some of you are doing. but you have a right to do so. What I'm simply saying, Mr. Speaker, that this is like we were discussing the matter of energy, like we discussed the matter of petroleum. Mr. Speaker.
Do you want to be informed, Senator?
Yes,
Okay.
Certainly. By Senator Dulo. Certainly.
Thank you. I wanted to inform Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and the House. Recently, we visited the President as UPIA movement, and the government allocated 2 billion towards drought in this country. And it is in the process of being disbursed. I just wanted to inform you that. Thank you.
You see, that information is not very helpful. Well, the reason is, you see, Senator Dulo, I sit in the Committee of Finance. There's no way you can sit in a room and allocate yourself money. I mean, that used to happen during Kanu days. When I say there is no budget, I mean there is no budget allocation and there is no supplementary budget. Unless you see a supplementary budget with 2 billion shillings for drought, there's no money. You are just given an empty promise. So, Mr. Speaker, the seriousness of this matter is that we should actually ask and sit down with the people doing the budgets. And that's why this statement is important. That you ask the person who is doing these budgets, where is the money for contingent liabilities that is supposed to take care of such things? Every time we budget, we have a contingent liability that is supposed to take care of budgets. Now, if the UPIA movement, is it UPIA? Or OPIA? UPIA. If you have been allocated 2 billion shillings out of the contingent liability, we want to know, is this money allocated specifically to your counties or is allocated to the whole country? That is information that should come to the floor so that we can ask somebody to account for that money if that money is not used properly. The people of Kitui are suffering. The people of Makueni are suffering the same way the people of Isiolo are suffering. So, other than, yes, inform me. Thank
Senator
you.
Wajir.
Delegation which went to State House, but we didn't go for UPIA, we went for the drought mitigation, number one. Number two, the 2 billion is the budget of devolution, which is for the Drought Management Authority. So that money should be the area the NDMA is covering. So there's no new money.
It looks like everybody was listening very well. Now that's exactly what I'm saying. If the money has been reallocated, we should now ask, the implementation is through a budget. This statement by Senator Mbito is accurate. So, because it would be false to say you went to State House and you are given 2 billion shillings. It's false, because it's false hope. People are going to wait for food and there will be no food. What is that 2 billion shillings going to do? Even that is a drop in the ocean. Strictly speaking, let's be honest. It's just a drop in the ocean. We must insist that when it is drought is covering larger portions than even the northeastern frontier. While we sympathize with people who have no food on the table, we want to ask, Mr. Speaker, if you can make this matter not only a matter concerning Senator Dulo, Senator of Mandera, Senator of Wajir, Senator of Isiolo, it must be a matter for the whole country. Because there are people in Kajiado who are suffering. There are people who are suffering in other parts of the country who didn't go to State House for Okinango Kwale to launch a political party. So unless I'm a political party leader, I will not get that funding. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this statement can be a matter that we can deal with.
Senator Cherargei, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Mtula was eloquently raising his point, but is it in order for him to allude that you must go to State House to be given a budget for anything in this country? Is it in order? I thought Parliament is the one in charge of budget.
Speaker, that's not a... Anyway, pronounce yourself.
Sorry, I didn't ask what a point of order, Senator Cherargei. I know you want to be your people to watch you, but please be relevant in what you are saying. Senator Mutula, continue.
He's trying to defend the wrong thing. What I would suggest, my dear colleagues, Senator Dulo and others, is that in this statement we should be very strategic. And if you look at the functions of county governments, this is actually our function. So we request for details. How much food do you have in the reserves? Where is that food going to go to? Who is going to be allocated first? How fast can you get food to places where people are dying of hunger? Where you have livestock that are dying everywhere, what are you going to do? We need such strategic measures that we can safely tell our people that they will not die of hunger. To suggest that there is money somewhere and is not buying food is not useful. The fact that they are not buying food, that they are allocating money, just suggests that the government is asleep. Because if the newspapers can report people are dying of hunger, what is the government waiting for? That is the reason I have suggested, my dear colleagues, the framework that is in the bill we have proposed on national disaster management is supposed to be a plug-and-play mechanism that a government will not wait for people to go and congregate somewhere and tell them, please, can you give us food? No. We can't have that in 2021. Thank you, Speaker.
I seek your indulgence because of time. I know this is a matter, a weighty matter, and that's why it's in my discretion to refer it to a committee, and because of the weight of the matter, I want to refer this to the Committee of National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations, because that one deals with disaster reduction, preparedness. Yeah, it's national security. But look at your standing orders. The discretion. If you look at your standing orders and the discretion of the Speaker, why do you want me to bring to the committees where you are? I think it's. I was referring. In any case, I would have decided not to refer to any committee. But I'm saying I've used standing order number 1 and also the committee where you see national security to look at what it does to consider all matters relating to national security and foreign relations, disaster reduction and preparedness, home affairs, defense, immigration, and the issues that Senator Mutula Kilonzo has raised are very important because we're having, and also using my experience of my past station where I worked as a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Livestock Development, we really need to get data on what this money is doing, because it's possible that a lot of money is being pumped into these areas and not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Like, you know, how many animals have been, how much food has been bought for the livestock that are in Northeast and other parts, how much food has been bought, at what cost, so how much money was given for livestock, how much was given for cereals, and that kind of, we really need that report as a house to look at so that money that has been given is properly accounted for. And I'm speaking from a point of knowledge because I know that there are people in this country who use disasters to enrich themselves for personal gain. So that we must oversight as a house. And that's why the Committee on National Security must bring us a report within the next 2 weeks to be able to, even if it's a mid-term report, so that we are able to see exactly what is happening and so that our people don't die. Senator Wambua, what do you want to say? Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, first is to really thank you, Mr. Speaker, on this matter of drought. And Mr. Speaker, I'm thanking you because using your own discretion again, you have allowed us, the Committee of Agriculture, to travel to Wiki Irrigation Scheme tomorrow to go and appraise ourselves on what is happening there to try and deal with the drought situation in that part of this country. Mr. Speaker, the things that Senator Mutula Kilonzo has said about what is obtaining on the ground in terms of what is available and what is not available, Mr. Speaker, it is very, very important that you order that committee, the Committee on Security, to make sure that those details are brought to this House, especially in the recent declaration by the President of drought as a national disaster, how much money has been set aside, how much money has been utilized, what money is remaining, and what is the strategic plan going forward to ensure that we don't sit back and wait for droughts to happen, then we react to them. Lastly, to thank Senator Bito for really coming up with this statement, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Okay, I hope the members of the national security, I know they have been having challenges, are here, and they will be able to bring us a report. I know the deputy is there. They are yet to get, I know that it is one of the committees that is having a problem with the chair, but the deputy is there. He should be able to mobilize his members so that they bring us a report. It's a matter of national importance. Senator Mohamud, I wanted to. Yeah, the vice chair is there, yeah. Next statement is by Senator Mohamed Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 47-1 to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern, namely to congratulate Professor Abdulrazak Guna on his award of the Nobel Peace Prize in Literature for the year 2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, the award is a great honor not only to Professor Guna, but to the whole of Africa. And it reminds me of a similar achievement here at home when the late Professor Ngari Maathai was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2004 for her achievements in environmental conservation. The award to Professor Guna once again firmly puts Africa in the global limelight of excellence. Mr. Speaker, sir, early this year, Zanzibar celebrated producing the first female president of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu. It was a great honor not only to the women of Tanzania and Africa in general, but to the Swahili nation for having the first woman president of our country. The Swahili nation has now given the world its first Nobel laureate of Swahili origin, and whose first language was Kiswahili. Definitely another reason for celebration. And as a member of the Swahili nation, this moment makes me proud. Mr. Speaker, sir, Professor Guna was born in Zanzibar before he migrated to England after the revolution in 1964, when many Zanzibari intellectuals were either killed and or exiled because of their political beliefs. He began writing as a 21-year-old living in England, publishing his first novel 18 years later. His work, as recognized by the Nobel Prize Committee, spans diverse experiences of colonialism and its aftermath, from German-occupied Tanganyika in the 19th century to present-day England. Mr. Speaker, sir, Professor Guna has written extensively on the impact of colonization in Africa, and sadly, despite many African nations gaining independence, the colonial mentality is still prevalent in our countries. Although we are politically independent, we are still dominated by foreign powers that have taken away our sovereignty. We are dependent on foreign loans for the development of our countries. Mr. Speaker, sir, due to the dependence on these foreign loans, we have stifled the economies of our countries. For example, Mombasa has been thriving as a port for many years, even before Kenya came into being. It was a major commercial and trade center in the East African coast, second only to Zanzibar. Even after independence, Mombasa continued to thrive. However, in the recent past, we have seen the economy of Mombasa being stifled down as a result of the government policies that prioritize the use of standard gauge railway as opposed to free enterprise and transportation of cargo from the port of Mombasa to Nairobi and other destinations. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government in Nairobi clearly seems not to consider the well-being of Mombasa's economy in depriving legitimate businessmen of their livelihood by their policy or directive on the use of the SGR only. The government is imposing its ideas on the people of the same way the colonial government did. In the light of this, and as captured in the works of our first Vice President, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, in his book, Not Yet Uhuru, we as a country are yet to free ourselves from the bondage of colonialism and neo-colonialism. It is until we do that so that we can proclaim to be truly free to chart the future of our country on our terms. Mr. Speaker, sir, unless we free Africa from the shackles of colonialism and neo-colonialism, as well as the negative implications of globalization, our countries are doomed to struggle for space in the global economy. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I convey my heartfelt congratulations to my brother, Professor Abdulrazak Guna. Long live the Swahili nation and long live Africa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. The next statement is from Senator Taita Taveta Jones Maruma. See, you have two. You can read all of them at the same time.
Thank you for that guidance, Mr. Speaker. The first statement, pursuant to Standing Order 48.1, I rise to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Labour and Social Welfare on the status of construction of Dawson Manyumba Stadium in Taita Taveta County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, elaborate the status of the construction, including the date of completion of the Dawson Manyumba Stadium and the cost of the project thereof. 2, state the reasons for the denial of access to the stadium to the local footballers by the county government. And 3, explain the terms of engagement between the county government of Taita Taveta and Sofapaka Football Club regarding the use of the stadium. The second statement, Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on the delays experienced by the users in service provision by the National Transport Safety Authority, NTSA, in counties. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the specific locations and number of offices opened and operational in the 47 counties, stating the services offered to users in the offices. 2, cite the reasons behind the delay in service provision, particularly the processing and issuance of smart driving licenses to motorcyclists in Taita Taveta County, giving valid alternatives that the motorists can use as they wait for issuance of the licenses. 3, investigate the rampant cases of harassment by police officers who allegedly collect bribes from motorists and motorcyclists and harass road users. And 4, outline measures, if any, to streamline efficient and prompt service provision to all road users. Mr. Speaker, without discussing my statement, the situation on the ground right now is that when your license expires, you are supposed to renew it to a smart driving license. The only office in the coast region that is operational is in Mombasa. So people have to travel from Lamu, from Taita Taveta, from Tana River, youths who have no money to go and have their licenses renewed to smart driving licenses. So that is the gravity behind this statement, and we want to know what the NTSA is doing to ensure that the poor youths of Kenya are not forced to travel long distances to go and have their licenses renewed. And we want to know what alternatives NTSA is giving to the poor youths who have to travel long distances, and sometimes they spend days before they get the smart licenses. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The next statement is by Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources on the demolition of Martin Luther Primary School in Makadara constituency, Nairobi City County. In this statement, Mr. Speaker, the Chair or the committee should address the following. Number 1, give a report explaining the circumstances under which demolitions took place at night in the school, which has a population of 801 pupils, on the night of October the 6th, 2021, by unknown persons claiming the school land. Number 2, provide a report on the status of the title deed for the school land, which is approximately 11 acres, LR number 209/4401. 3, give a status report on the progress made on the issuance of title deeds to all public schools in Nairobi City County. 4, explain how an entity called Thabiti Enterprise Company Limited got an approval from Survey of Kenya to subdivide part of the school land measuring 5.3 acres, being LR 209/10466. 5, give an undertaking from the Nairobi Metropolitan Service and Nairobi City County Government that the school land will be fenced and protected from land grabbers and revert to the students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. Yeah, where to go on? Next order is next order.
Order number 8, the Disaster Risk Management Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2021, second reading division.
Honorable Senators, I think we're looking at having consulted the whips. You don't have numbers, so I will defer order number 8, order number 9, order number 10, order number 11, order number 12, before we go to order number 13.
Order number 13, the Heritage and Museum Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2021, second reading.
Where is Senator Milgo? She was moving. Senator Milgo? Okay, I want to defer also order number 14 and order number 15 and go to order number 16.
Order number 16, the County Boundaries Bill, Senate Bills number 20 of 2021, second reading.
Senator Mutula Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. I feel like it's Christmas already. About 10, 15, 10. Not too long. Mr. Speaker, I have moved this bill. Now, this is the what? Fourth time. Fourth time since I was elected. Oh, Madam Speaker, and I hope that this time around I will be lucky to have this bill come into law. Madam Speaker, should I wait? Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The principle under this bill is pretty simple. Article 188 gives the mandate of alteration of boundaries to the National Assembly and Senate. Madam Speaker, in Article 188, 2, 3, the conditions for alteration of boundaries...
Senator, you have not done the usual moving.
Sorry. That's the problem of moving too many times. I beg to move that the County Boundaries Bill Senate Bill Num 20 of 2021 be now read a second time. Now I think I'm in order. Under Article 188, Madam Speaker, the jurisdiction of altering boundaries is squarely in the Parliament, National Assembly and Senate. I'm not quite sure, Madam Speaker, in the times that we have done this bill, why the National Assembly has found that this is a money bill. And the reason I say so is because Article 188 speaks about county boundaries. What is more straightforward? I mean, what is there that is a money bill? There has been a notion, Madam Speaker, that the commission that is proposed under Article 188 is what falls under Article 114 as money bill, which is not correct at all. So, Madam Speaker, in terms of Article 6.1, which defines the 47 counties, Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to have a method first. The principle, Madam Speaker and my dear colleagues, for this bill, and for those who have disputes on county boundaries, which include Isiolo, Meru, Kakamega, Kisumu, Taita Taveta, Makueni, Machakos, and Makueni, the idea is, first of all, to anchor your counties in law. As we speak today, Madam Speaker, the counties are anchored under the framework called the District and Provinces Act of 1992, which define the boundaries. Madam Speaker, and I was hoping that Senator Mwaruma will be here. Recently, a court issued an order and told Makueni County, you cannot pick revenue from Titwande, and issued an injunction. And you have no framework. A court in Mombasa stopped a county government from collecting on-source revenue. And what is the basis? The basis is that subsequent amendments to the District and Provinces Act possibly moved a ward or a small little place to another county. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, thank you. The compromise, and I'm glad Senator Murkomen has arrived, and Senator Sakaja is here, who is going to second the bill. The compromise for this constitution was to have the outer limit for boundaries at 1992. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, boundaries had been altered. For example, if they didn't use the 1992 framework, the amendment by Senator Wambua to have Mwingi become a county would be a county. But the cutout was 1992. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the first basis, I forgot to even mention you, Madam Speaker. We have disputes with Kajiado, where you come from. Madam Speaker, the bill is a framework that seeks to find a method of how to resolve boundary disputes even before they are altered. Madam Speaker, this bill does not seek to change the boundary of any county. It first anchors the framework of the county, and thereafter a person is given, or any person who is interested will have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to have a framework. In the task force that was formed by then Cabinet Secretary Nkaiseri, which led to a court case, Madam Speaker, this matter again, which of course we opposed, and I was here with Senator Dulo, we opposed that framework. That framework did not find any formula except deaths in Isiolo and Meru. And therefore, this is one bill that will seek to end the disputes once and forever and for good. In part 3, Madam Speaker, we have proposed, and I have proposed, to have a framework for resolution of county disputes, and I've followed a very traditional method that we have in the part of where I come from, where if you have a boundary dispute with somebody, you plant sisal, you use a sisal rope traditional methods of resolving some of the boundary disputes without getting into a quarrel. Part 4, and I have framed from part 7, clause 7 to 17, how a committee will be formed, what it will look at, how the matter will be resolved, and at the end, how the mediation committee will be dissolved. In part 4 is the alteration of county boundaries. Now, this is where Article 188 falls. If a person from any county seeks to alter their boundaries, Mr. Speaker, a petition under Clause 18 is done, and it's important I highlight this because this is the heart of this bill. The petition is then launched in a similar fashion as the petition that is under Article 182 for dissolution of counties. The framework and the threshold of who should petition and who they should petition and the threshold of the petition, Madam Speaker, is also in this bill. We have put the framework and a threshold, Madam Speaker. Your ward, Imaroro ward in Kajiado, if wants to secede to Makueni, and you love Makueni, there's a formula here. And the formula is such that that ward, called Imaroro ward, that we border with Makueni, can either secede back into Makueni or leave Makueni, if that is the case, and if the residents of that area are persuaded and have submitted a petition to that extent. Its consideration, its report is under clause 20, 21, 22, and 23. Now, the part which the National Assembly and to a level extent the Parliamentary Budget Office has confused everybody about a money bill is part 5. The Independent County Boundaries Commission. I've said this before, that under Article 188, it is not contemplated that you will have a permanent sitting commission. It's not permanent. It's on need basis. That's if the petition that is under the previous section is successful. They will ask the president to form a commission. The membership of the commission is there, the functions of the commission, etc., etc. Madam Speaker, I got this from a gentleman who passed on recently. May his soul rest in peace. This gentleman worked as a chief, and he gave me the framework that was used to determine the boundaries in 1962 and 1963. And I found a beautiful commission. I can't remember the name of the commission now, but there's a commission that was formed in 1962. That 1962 commission is the one that determined the regions, the 41 regions that ended up being the 41 districts that we have now nicknamed counties, and then the constituencies. So there were 2 commissions. So the person who drafted Article 188 didn't just pick this commission from the sky. This commission existed before independence, and in fact after independence. And therefore this commission, that once this commission sits, picks the views of the people concerned from both sides, and if they are satisfied that a boundary ought to be altered, they then make an inquiry under Part 6 and issue a report. It is this report that then comes to Parliament. People think, Madam Speaker, that you can change the boundary of a county. You can't. The threshold is so high. The threshold is 2/3. It's nearly like amending the Constitution. So unless Parliament is persuaded in terms of a super majority, you cannot touch the boundaries of counties. And that's why I'm insisting that this bill seeks to anchor the 47 counties into law, not change boundaries. Because by the time you change a boundary and you go through the process contemplated in this bill and the Constitution, any person who seeks to do so must convince 45 senators and 233 members of the National Assembly. That's not a small threshold. So it is obvious that if those 45 senators and 233 members of National Assembly agree, it means that the alteration of that boundary is more than obvious, that those people deserve to be either in a county or in your own county. When Senator Sakaja raised issue with BBI because there was a proposal. Somebody actually thought that you could remove Nairobi. You could remove Nairobi as a county. I said, how can you do that? You can't. You can't do that. The framers of the Constitution never imagined that if you don't like Nairobi, you can remove it. Or like Senator Murkomen has been saying, if you don't like the governor, remove the governor and put another administration. It was never contemplated. Similarly, you can't just shift a county. You think, this county is so small, Lamu is so small, let me merge it with Mombasa. You can't. Because you will have to seek the views of, at the very least, and views of Kenyans, and you must meet the threshold. How the report will be considered is also here. I must say that while this matter has been going on, the National Assembly has been approving regulations under the District and Provinces Act. You know, when I see the District and Provinces Act of 1992 in the Kenya Gazette, where the Cabinet Secretary has proposed regulations, I wonder whether these people, when the Constitution was passed, the lights were shut off in their houses and then shut on at some point. Because how do you do regulations under Cap 105A? It's Cap 105A, District and Provinces Act, when the District and Provinces Act became the 47 counties.
Senator Sakaja, you have information?
Yes, why not?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the sake of the record of the House, I'd like to inform Senator Mutula he forgot a name. This commission that dealt with the boundaries was called the Kenya Regional Boundaries Commission of 1962, actually gazetted on the 6th of February, 1962, and it did its work throughout that year before independence. That is the information I wanted to give.
The commission, but I was trying to remember the name of the chief commissioner. It was something, that Carter Commission, something. I was trying to remember. But the commissioner who was in charge of boundaries, I don't know whether I can remember his name now, I think it's Yusuf, brought all these documents to me. I have them in the office. Beautiful documents about how we moved from 111 constituencies, how people were changed, were moved from one place to the other. But this commission was very useful. This commission went to every place in Kenya. And this commission is a precursor of the 1992 law. The 1992 law is very unique, Madam Speaker. And that's the reason I thought it would be important to anchor this law, because it describes every county in terms of, you actually, it's as if somebody was walking. I don't know whether Senator Wako is here, but Senator Wako, as Attorney General, drafted the 1992 law. That's how we ended up with Makueni District in 1992. And you literally walk from one corner to northeast, where there's a tree, where there's a corner, where there's a bridge, where there's a river. It's a beautiful way of describing boundaries. And that's why I thought this is a good framework. Instead of having boundaries, for example, how did we end up having an issue with Machakos County? Mr. Masinde, who works in physical planning, did one simple thing. He just moved the boundary of Malili from the Konza Road, just moving it from the Konza Road to Mombasa Road. That simple act moved the whole of Konza City to Machakos. Just a simple act of moving that boundary. Now, when I met him, when I started my work as a senator, I asked him, when we do the expressway, now that you have put Mombasa Road as a boundary between Machakos and Makueni, when the government does a new road, like they have done, and they will do the expressway, does the boundary shift? I asked a similar question, Madam Speaker, and you recall, when we were having problems between Kajiado and Makueni. And I said, assuming now we have a new standard gauge railway, people argued that the boundary was the old railway line or the road. Now that there's a new railway line, has the boundary shifted? No. So it's important in the description of these boundaries that you find visual marks of things you can't move around. Because in the case of Kajiado, it describes a hill where you find masts in Emali, which is right inside. It says, if you go and see the hill around those marks, 10 kilometers in, if you turn left and right, the boundary of Kajiado and Makueni is there. Now, you can't move that hill. You can't move that physical mark, but you can move a road. When it says in Mtituandei that the boundary is Savo River, unless there is an earthquake, you can't move the river. That's why this is important. In some cases, like we are doing now, and I'm glad Sakaja is here, because these days when you want to check your land, you just look for GPS, GIS. Is it GIS or GPS? GIS. You can actually do GIS. In Konza, we are now doing GIS. If you want to know your piece of land, they give you a mark. You go to your computer and you can check your piece of land right there as you're sitting in your room. We ought to find a method of doing the same for boundaries. And, Madam Speaker, the conditions of Part 4 and Part 5 are supposed to ensure that we have this. Part 7, you have the regulations, which of course will guide as to how the petitions are formulated, how you, sittings of this commission, which again, Madam Speaker, the commission must be disbanded upon resolution of that boundary, either way, either it's accepted or agreed. Consolidation of petitions, we must contemplate that there are many. There's a schedule, boundaries of counties, requirements for petitions, form of petition, conduct of business, but I have not seen in the recent past a more beautiful law than the District and Provinces Act 1992. Beautifully written. Very well done. And that is the reason why the wisdom of having the 47 counties anchored around the 1992 law was very apt. It was spot on to do so, because I'm not sure whether if we had, say, 16, like was contemplated, it was contemplated, Madam Speaker, initially, that we would have 16. There was 8, there was 16, and there was 47. I'm told, a story is told, and I don't know, Senator Sakaja and Senator Murkomen participated in the constitution making. I'm actually told, and allow me to digress, that the people who wanted 47 thought that if you are 47, the 47 will fail. So the people who wanted a smaller number, 16, wanted to consolidate. Means that Elgeyo Marakwet would not have been a county itself. It would have been consolidated with another one. Makueni would possibly have been under Kitui and Machakos. That's how they had the 16. So can you imagine that the 47 counties of Kenya are a default? Is a default. Somebody said, okay, let's give them the counties. You want cake, give them cake. Let's see what happens. But now, can you actually go and dissolve Lamu County? As small as it is, Senator Sakaja will tell you that the population of Lamu balances Nairobi for some reason. In the sense that if Lamu is not on the outlier with Nairobi, whatever formula you use is wrong. That's how important Lamu is in relation to Nairobi. And that's how we got the formula right, because Lamu ended up being an outlier and Nairobi ended up being an outlier. That's how the beauty of counties are. And therefore, without belaboring the point, Madam Speaker, I want to move that this bill be read a second time. I hope we can get this done. Up when I go to, because although Speaker said this is not a campaign platform, I just hope when I go to Makueni, if I'm elected, I don't have to deal with these issues. I don't have to deal with boundaries. Because the physical boundary between us and Kajiado is just a line in the sand. When we buy cattle from the people of Kajiado, where you come from, Madam Speaker, we don't look at boundaries. We look at your beautiful cows. When you bring your children across, or when we use our facilities across, or when we share markets like we do, a Mali market is a shared function between Kajiado and Makueni. Because all the onions and vegetables you find there are not grown in Makueni. They are grown actually in Kajiado. So we are only passing this framework, Madam Speaker, of county boundaries as just an administrative way of everybody knowing where they belong. The same way you fence your piece of land, the same way you fence your manyata, the same way you have a size or something, like in Makueni. Makueni, people don't do fences. There's a size of plant here, there's a size of plant there, there's a size of plant there, and those are boundaries. It's just a way of making sure that you have order. It's actually a tragedy, Madam Speaker, that you can have order of constituencies and wards and no order of counties. It's strange that we know the boundaries of your ward, but we don't know the boundaries of your county and mine. Yet when you're campaigning out there, when I was campaigning for your MCA, when I crossed to Kajiado, I knew I was in Kajiado. So how can we have confusion about boundaries? This is very important law, and I hope we can resolve these issues. I also hope that this framework will not bring this country into a war between counties. Because if Konza is in Machakos or Konza is Makueni, the Konza facility can't be used by one exclusive person. The airport, Jomo Kenyatta, it can be said to be both in Makueni, in Nairobi, and in Machakos. And it's a shared facility. We can enjoy these facilities without quarreling. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request my good friend and brother, Senator Sakaja, to second. Thank you.
Senator Sakaja.
Well done. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to second this very, very important legislation. It's actually quite, consequential. And I want to congratulate Senator Mutula for moving it for the 4th time in this House since he has been elected as senator. He's been moved, but our noisy neighbors have this habit of seeing anything when they see there'll be, money mentioned, or sometimes even they just dream about it, they say it's a money bill. This is not a money bill, Madam Speaker. This is a very clear provision in the Constitution on how we need to set up this commission from time to time that will resolve boundary disputes. Madam Speaker, since the days of that Kenya Regional Boundaries Commission and all the subsequent entities that have done delimitation, a lot has changed. And I remember when Senator Mutula was describing the process, which Senior Counsel, Senator Orengo, will remember, because he was a member of that parliamentary committee. There was a big push and pull. I remember I was a consultant on the issue of boundaries, but the limitation of constituency boundaries. But the discussion around the counties was such that if today Kenyans know that indeed there was really no formula in coming up with 47, because I remember there was a proposal to have the 8 provinces become counties. When that proposal was given, the first brief that was received was from the military intelligence, and they said, you're going to court danger. You'll have one county with an elected governor called Northeastern, with all the resources and with their neighbors. You'll have another county bordering 4 countries. You'll have Rift Valley that borders Tanzania to the south, borders Uganda, borders South Sudan, and borders Ethiopia. With all the resources Rift Valley has, and Senator Murkomen is here, plus on top of the resources, they have a bullet factory, they have an international airport, and you have one political kingpin, the governor of Rift Valley. You might cut off Western and Nyanza if they decide to secede. You have a county called Eastern, with a very different even community of interest, from North Hor up there, which is 38,653 square kilometers, one constituency. 38,000, bigger than Nyanza province, Western province, bigger than Kitui County, bigger than 6 Nairobis, on top of all of that. So they said, no, in terms of security, this will be a threat because of the possibility of people, you remember after the election, our brothers in NASA, led by, I think, Honorable Kaluma, they withdrew the map of Kenya, saying you people have won, stay with your side, as we can stay with this other side. So that was the first consideration. Then there came the proposal of 74 counties. I remember 74, and of course that one was easily dismissed. Because those 74 districts at that time, which are, I think, districts around 2000 or thereabout, where President Moi Kibaki gave out a lot of districts, they said they'll be too small for economic absorption, which is the real reason for fiscal decentralization. So you'll not be able to do any meaningful development, and you have 74 governors running around the country. The final and more sensible one, which of course now was victim to political considerations, was 16 counties. That each province that existed, except for Nairobi, would be divided into 2, but Rift Valley into 3. So you have Upper Nyanza and Lower Nyanza. So you have the Kisii Nyamira side and the Lower Nyanza side, Kisumu, Migori, Homa Bay, and Siaya. You'll have South Rift, which has your county of Kajiado and Bomet and all that. Central Rift, which was a real contention, and North Rift. Now the people of Nakuru said there's no way we're going to go to Eldoret. Because as they are, let me not mention communities, they automatically become a minority. And I remember having very heated discussions with the Honorable Mwangi Kiunjuri. And so Nairobi would remain as a county, but you'd have another 15 counties. That again was shot down. So because of this push and pull, I think the compromise position was that let us then revert to the 1992 Act that described 47 districts. Madam Speaker, if you look at some of these districts, you know, of course that is what we have, that is what is in the Constitution. Some of these districts are also political. You know, there's no way you can explain how Vihiga, which is almost like a path between Kisumu and Kakamega, was then extracted to be a county, and many others. But that is what we have today. Where we failed to get it right, and which this bill seeks to do, is that then we defined the names, and of course we use what is in that act, but we never entrenched that in our constitution. We never, you know, in fact, use technology, a lot has changed. Because at that time you would say, and I like how Senator Mutula has described, that the boundary between this county and this county was a river. Rivers have changed course. So what happens when the river has changed course? You know, because of human development. So that river is no longer where it was passing. What happens when you say it is the railway line, and now there's a new railway line, or the railway line has been moved? Madam Speaker, that is a problem we should not be grappling with. And I'm glad that once we have this framework, we shall now use the technology that we have today. Geographic Information Systems, or GIS. The GIS we have today, Madam Speaker, can tell you specifically, because what it does geographic referencing of the physical place on Earth to, you know, global positioning systems. So no matter who comes to draw it, we know that these are the coordinates of each county. You will not have those disputes. You will not have those disputes again. Because once you know Nairobi and Kiambu, this is where it ends, these are the coordinates. No matter what you build there, no matter whether you change the river, no matter whether you change a hill, that coordinate remains that coordinate. So long as Kenya remains on its place on the map, on the globe, it remains there. This is systems, and I'll give you examples of software like ArcGIS, I think what you're mentioning. Yeah, ArcGIS is a software that is used to create and analyze spatial and geographic information for the sake even of planning. You know, there's what we've been trying to do with Nairobi County, you know, in terms of the spatial planning. Using that software and the information and technology we have today, it then becomes easy even to do referencing and addressing, to know the value, even of rates, that we can collect as a city. So I'm very happy that we can be able to have this framework as envisaged in the Constitution, so that we sort out all of these disputes. In fact, the first thing they must do is to give us, you know, there's a difference between an illustration and a map. There's a difference between an illustration and a map. What we have in the Constitution is an illustration. It's really just, you know, and even what the IEBC did, Madam Speaker, when they gave their first boundaries. I remember that time we had a huge back and forth with Ligale and his commission. Because as at 1 month to the expiry, they were expiring on November 27th, 2012, must be 2012. As of 1 month to the expiry, they did not have the data from the census in soft copy. So as to take that data, load it on this software ArcGIS, and move the locations that build up constituencies. So they just drew constituencies, but today if you ask somebody for a proper, if you go to Survey of Kenya and ask for a proper cartographical map, because the cartographical map is the one that shows you this is the edge, this is the physical feature, this is the coordinate, this is the end of this constituency. If they did that, a lot of the disputes we've been having to solve in this country would not be the case. That you go to some parts of this country, you find there are two chiefs. Because this community and this community didn't agree, one community will call it Makutano, another one will call it Mukutanik. And in that same place, Madam Speaker, there are two different chiefs who issue the same government services, but just for the sake of peace, because people have not accepted where these boundaries are, and they have not been told. We need to change how we think about boundaries. Boundaries are not fences to keep people apart from each other. Because a Kenyan can live anywhere. A Kenyan should be able to live anywhere in this country, whether the boundary is drawn or not. But boundaries are very important for administrative and political planning in terms of electoral boundaries. Madam Speaker, people find expression through the place where they exercise their sovereignty in terms of voting. That must be clear. We must know this is the extent of my constituency, this is the extent of my county, and such that when Senator Mutula becomes governor next year, inshallah, because I know there is a God, and he will be, it is very easy for him to plan where he's collecting cess and where he's giving services. Today you find in some counties both governors offering services at the same, to the same place. We have seen governors building schools in neighboring counties saying that, no, this is where we know our county is. So it would have been very, very simple. If IBC, and I remember when they sat here with us, when we were discussing BBI, and we exposed them, because we brought KNBS, we brought Survey of Kenya, and we brought IBC. That between the three entities, they are not sharing information. We were to do delimitation of constituencies, but there is no one today who can tell you the population of any ward, Madam Speaker, any ward, because not every ward is a location, but the census counted people in administrative units, not political units. So how do you delimit that constituency? Because usually what you delimit as, it's called redistricting, is you move this ward and connect it with another ward, for instance, if you need to merge the wards, or if you need to create a new constituency. So these agencies should sit down together. We should have one, what you call single source of truth in terms of population data and in terms of cartographical maps for this country. Madam Speaker, we are in the 21st century, we're in 2021. In as much as the old descriptions are there, what happens when a tree is cut? That this was a tree separating Nyamira from Kisii County. So what happens when that tree is cut, or that coffee plantation, the tea plantation has been changed into something else? Let us use the technology we have, and I'm glad that, Madam Speaker, this bill, in as much as it relates to the disputes, the first thing that must be done, especially for the counties which have not had disputes with each other. Nairobi and Kiambu we don't have really any dispute. It's just that when the members of parliament want to go out of town, but not too far, we have our sessions at Windsor, but Windsor is in Nairobi. It's just it's the golf course, part of it that is in Kiambu. But if you look at the actual map, where we do our meetings and where we stay, is Nairobi County. The Hilton Garden where people go to on Mombasa Road, that is still Nairobi County, but it's at the edge. But Madam Speaker, those counties that do not have a dispute as of now, and they can be listed, we know there's no dispute between Kwale and Mombasa. We know once you cross the ferry and you're inside Likoni, at the edge of Likoni, then Kwale County starts. Let us get the data, the cartographical maps and illustrations of all of those counties, and then we deal with the counties that have disputes here or there. There's a process in Clause 18 of how a member of the public petitions Parliament for the alteration of boundaries. Madam Speaker, there can be an actual appeal, a petition by the people who actually agree. Alteration of boundaries does not have to be a dispute. People can actually agree and say, honestly, for better administration, for more efficiency, we need to alter the boundary of our county or of this county. And there's a process of petition. We've seen a lot of people petitioning this House on this matter. And sadly, every time they come, Senator Mutula, you've been there, the ministers, the CSS have the one excuse, that Parliament should have set the legislative framework, but you have not done it. Anytime there's an issue, we call CS Matiang, we call CS Lands, they say our hands are tied. IBC says they're not the ones to address that issue until we have a legislative framework. This is the legislative framework that this country needs so that those issues can be a thing of the past, Madam Speaker. And that's why we need to pass it. So the bill, as Senator Mutula has taken us through, has all of these provisions. It is extremely thorough, it is well written, and I hope that we can actually pass it unanimously. I don't see where it could be contentious as of now. Actually, the bill has taken into consideration all of the comments that have happened in the 3 iterations of the bill until this stage where it is coming for the third or for the fourth time, including how, Madam Speaker, a resolution, how the Senate approves the recommendation of the Special Committee for the establishment of an independent County Boundaries Commission. I don't know why our friends do not understand that it is not a permanent County Boundary Commission being set up. You will not. The Constitution is very clear that when there is need to do that, whenever there's a dispute or there is a request or a petition to address that issue, that is when a temporary commission is set up to look at it. After that, they pack their bags and they go. The data, the information remains with the IEBC, with the Survey of Kenya, and with the National Bureau of Statistics. So, Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I wish to once again congratulate Senator Mutula, and I wish to second this bill, that this bill is read a second time. Thank you very much.
Honorable Senators, I now propose that the County Boundaries Bill, Senate Bills number 20 of 2021 be read a second time. Senator Langat Christopher, not there. Senator Murkomen Onesmus.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, sorry. To start with, I want to congratulate Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. for moving this bill, I think for the 4th time. Actually, for purpose of contextualizing this bill did not just come out of the blues. Senator Mutula Kilonzo was here when, at the advent of this Senate in 2013. And when he came a little bit later in that very unfortunate situation of his father. He was here when we were struggling with the boundaries of counties. And many counties were testing. I think it was the excitement of devolution. And they were testing the extent of their powers between one county to the other. And most of it was basically inspired by, or rather driven by the desire to collect revenue. And a lot of it was around counties like Kisumu and Vihiga, which dispute is still existing up to now because the petition from Vihiga County is still pending in the devolution committee where I am a member. And a number of other counties, including my county and Uasin Gishu, had a lot of dispute as to which corner should you put the barrier for collecting revenue from one county to the other. And as a result, Senator Mutula Kilonzo drafted this bill. One would have imagined that we would have passed this bill way before the 2017 and make sure that National Assembly agrees with this bill. But as it were, this bill left this house in a hurry because we all thought, I still remember the contributions of many senators, including Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, who are no longer members in this house. And Boni Kalwale, people like Senator Lonyangapo, who was very passionate about it. The Senator Meru then, Governor Kiraitu, Governor Sang, all those people made very passionate contributions on the floor of this house for purpose of these boundaries, and we sent it to the National Assembly. And as it were, because of really a very wrong consideration by National Assembly. They ended up calling it a money bill. And I'm really glad that eventually, I really think that the courts have helped us to find, even if not even a lasting solution. And I hope the Mutula and Sakaja bill would be adopted finally to become the framework with which the bills can move from this house to the other. And therefore, Madam Speaker, this bill, that is the history of this bill. This bill is not producing anything new. It's actually helping in two ways. One, operationalize Article 188 of the Constitution. And for avoidance of doubt, Section 6 of the bill really recaptures that position, that two things. One, unlike the situation where people were talking about we are forming many commissions, this is an ad hoc commission which shall be established only when and if there is a need to resolve disputes between two counties. Number two, that this commission itself, our framework of dispute resolution, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission was deliberately denied that responsibility by the Constitution. And there's a reason to that. If you listen to the moving notes of the owner of this bill, Mutula Kilonzo, you realize that one of the reasons why IEBC does not have jurisdiction when it comes to the delimitation of the county boundaries is because boundaries were not intended to be moved anyhow. It's like state boundaries in the United States of America. You can change all other boundaries, internal boundaries within states, but United States of America, by its constitution, recognizes the 50 states of the United States. And in the same way, our constitution recognizes the 47 counties, which are our mini states in the context of our constitutional order. Again, there is a history also as to why we have 47 counties. And we had reached a stage, and anybody who was following constitutional review processes and who was close to what was happening across the country was that we had reached a stage where we almost got 14, what was then, it wasn't even called counties yet, but we almost got 14 regions to become the main arm of devolution, and then we were going to have county councils under the 14 regions. But as if you go and read the history of Naivasha and the constitutional review process in the country, Nakuru became the biggest problem. Because when the discussion ensued on division of North Rift, South Rift, and Central Rift, the question of ethnic composition of Rift Valley became a very thorny issue, to the extent that it was impossible for the parties in the constitutional review negotiation at that point in time to agree whether Bomet and Kericho would be put together with Nakuru County and Baringo, and whether some people will be more minority than the others, and the political imbalance within the region would be affected. And as a result of that, parliamentarians, having negotiated for a long period of time, settled on the district boundaries of 1992 that Senator Mutula Kilonzo has ably moved and spoken to insofar as the establishment of districts are concerned. That became a very good compromise because these were entities that were a bit stable. They were not dished out politically like the case was later when districts were given out for political considerations. These were a more well-considered districts at that point in time by 1992. And as you can see from the boundaries that have been established as an annexure to this bill, or basically part of this bill, the boundaries that are being given here are the ones that were there by 1992. Therefore, you ask then yourself, but if the boundaries have already been established here in this bill, why would you have a mediation committee or a commission to deal with the disputes? It's because, again, Senator Mutula has captured, even though you are talking about this hill versus the other hill, this river, you will find that sometimes some of the rivers were seasonal and they have moved. And if you go to places like Northeastern, if you go to, Kenyans have not traveled to places like Garissa, Wajir, Marsabit. Those are countries within the country, yeah, because the size of land, the land mass there. If you go to Baringo. There are two Baringos. There is the Baringo of Tiati constituency and the rest of the Baringo County. Tiati constituency is the size of Elgeyo Marakwet and a half. You have to do all of Elgeyo Marakwet and a half. If you talk about this problem that is in Laikipia at the moment, Madam Speaker, part of it is boundary issue. Because the Pokots in Tiati constituency believe that their boundary must extend to a certain place and they must have grazing rights to even areas where we have farmers. Okay? We have people who are farmers and they're pastoralists. They want to graze to a certain point. And the same to the other side of Marakwet and to the other side of Baringo, the Tugen areas versus the Pokot area where the Pokots are living. So inside the issue of actually Laikipia, the dispute, the violence that is taking place, the cattle rustling, is not just purely an issue of stealing livestock. There is also land issue. And it even worsened by the discovery of geothermal energy along areas in Baringo where now there is exploration of geothermal, and there is a lot of it in Tiati constituency in that area. So all these other places, we have large land areas, even though we have these land indications in the attached to this bill, there are still reasons why these places are still fighting. Whether you go to even places like Vihiga and particularly Maseno town, whether it's in Vihiga County or it is in Kisumu County. So this bill creates that very important framework for us to be able to settle disputes and settle it amicably. You need to ask yourself, what are the things that are bringing these disputes? Why is it at the moment there is calm between Elgeyo Marakwet and West Pokot, between Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin Gishu, between Elgeyo Marakwet and Trans Nzoia? It's okay now because there is no incentive. You know, you look at a rock there and you're like, it's just a rock. Wait until tomorrow they say gold has been discovered there. Yeah? Or tomorrow they say we have discovered oil in a particular area. Or we've discovered geothermal or any other resource. And we have passed law in this Senate that says 15% of the resources that come from these minerals will go to the county government and will benefit the people of that county and the bursary and all those things. Madam Speaker, that is where Armageddon begins. And we need to prepare ourselves for that eventuality. A situation where a fight, a boundary fight, okay, in some areas may not mean anything. If you say, for example, Uasin Gishu, the side of Uasin Gishu and Elgeyo Marakwet, it's the same community. The Kayos live on both sides of the boundaries. So it may not be a big deal. You move from Kayo South and you are moving to Ainapkoi, it may not be a big issue. You are moving from Kayo North and you move to Moiben constituency, the same families, the same properties, no issue. But wait until you move from Elgeyo Marakwet, you are moving to West Pokot, the other side of the boundary. Or you move from West Pokot and Turkanas are on the other side, Madam Speaker. It leads to a situation where a boundary fight is no longer a fight about counties. It's communities. If you go to this place called Kitui and Garissa, you know that even though they have fights, grazing rights and all those issues, a lot of it is between two communities. And it becomes nasty when two communities are involved. And therefore, it's important for us to avert that situation now than to wait for the next 10 years and find ourselves in a place where there's a flare of conflict around many boundaries. Again, Madam Speaker, we need not forget that when this country had serious challenges on the north, in the same Marsabit County, and it was so bad in Baringo, between Baringo, Tiati constituency and Turkana, it was senators from this house, Madam Speaker, who were, with the support of His Excellency the President and our support as leaders here, they were appointed to go and resolve disputes among communities and dealing with issues of boundaries. If you go to particularly the one of Capedo, The fight between the Pokots and the Turkanas is whether Kapedo is in Turkana or is in Pokot. And that's a question that has not been resolved up to now. This law is very important. If we are going to have to solve this problem in the future, this law is very important because when we stop looking at that fight as a fight of cattle rustling, yeah, and what really did make that problem very complicated between 2013, 2014, and 2015, it was because oil had been discovered in Turkana. And there was then the belief that in Kapedo area you will have oil wells, yeah, and then communities are beginning to think everybody will have their own oil well. Madam Speaker, you know, you should have heard the time we were saying we have discovered oil in Turkana. People were very graphic about it. They were saying, you know, now we need to buy our own containers. Everybody will have their jerrycan of oil. We will be selling oil. People were beginning to call themselves the Sultan of Turkana. You know, people were beginning to have these imaginations about how their lives will change. I wonder what happened now that we are discussing oil prices have gone up. I wonder what happened to the tallow oil exploration. And I think now that we can't get the minister here and we can't get him to the National Assembly and he's from Turkana, we have no opportunity to even ask him that very simple question as what happened to the question of oil exploration in Turkana. But those are the things that create these problems that we are dealing with. Boundaries remain very important. I don't know, Senator Mutula Kilonzo, I know for sure we are discussing boundaries within counties. But you will realize eventually that this exercise will require Kenya to also deal with its international boundaries. Because if you go to, now you are saying these are the boundaries of Turkana County, it will mean we will have to define our boundary with Sudan. We will have to define our boundary with Uganda, the same as to West Pokot and Uganda. We will have to deal with our boundaries when we talk of Tana River and Mandera and all those other parts of the country up to Lamu with Somalia. Now we have a serious debate about the decision of the ICJ and the question of our international maritime boundaries. And I think this is one issue that we must deal with. And I agree with all of us who are saying that we may be and we are dissatisfied with the decision of the ICJ, but make no mistake, Madam Speaker, war is not the solution. It cannot be the solution. This country cannot fight with its neighbors. The only way to solve disputes is this way that Mutula Kilonzo is proposing between counties. It's also to look for ways of countries to be able to talk together and agree together how to benefit from these resources that we have. The reason why we have a problem with Somalia at the moment we're discussing our boundaries, what is the reason? Because of resources. Because someone wanted exploration of oil along that area of Lamu, Kismayu, all the way to Somalia. The question we should be asking ourselves is not to fight over these resources, but to ask ourselves, how can we explore these resources in a manner that can benefit our two countries without finding ourselves in places where we will say, I see some Kenyans, ignorant Kenyans, on social media, Madam Speaker, saying that because now ICJ has made certain decision, we are going to use force, we will fight Somalia. Do people really understand what war means? Those are the same sentiments that some local politicians in some areas are saying, we will fight for this county, we will fight for the boundaries of this county, we will not allow an inch of this boundary to move. But what is the solution? The solution is not in fighting, it is in mediation, conciliation, conversation, finding solutions. Madam Speaker, that is the only way we can be able to keep this country peaceful. We can also keep our region peaceful. We can find solutions that are lasting. I really believe and I hope that His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and the next President of the Republic of Kenya, and those of us who are in leadership, shall also find diplomatic means of ensuring that our boundaries and our land of this land, Kenya, called Kenya, is well protected in a manner that benefits us, but also with what the President has always talked about Pan-Africanism, that we will apply our diplomatic skills to ensure that we live in peace with our communities, with our neighbors in this region. And I don't think there's anything for us to worry about insofar as the issue of Somalia and ourselves is concerned, as long as we are still able as a country to do proper diplomatic work. And I really ask myself one question. If we are the richest state in this region, how come we don't have a say How come we don't have a say between us and Tanzania? We don't have a say between us and Uganda, even between us and Burundi, even between us and Rwanda, between us and South Sudan? I think as a nation, I don't know where we should close ourselves into some corner there and start thinking about how we are going to strengthen our diplomatic capacity as a country. Every time our neighboring countries have problems, they run to us, and we help them gladly, either hosting them or providing expertise to their countries to be able to resolve problems they have. But at the end of the day, when we are ourselves at a situation where we need their support, we are always an island. There must be something wrong with us that we need to fix, Madam Speaker. We need to fix something. And maybe to fix how we are going to run our international relations in a manner that will earn us respect in the region. I really hope Monica Juma, Madam Monica Juma will get the job she's looking for at Commonwealth. We have lost too many positions in this region because of lack of a proper diplomatic processes. So anyway, I'm digressing, but the point I'm making is that boundaries are about diplomacy, about negotiation. And I like the spirit of the move of this motion when it talks about Konsa. Any other senator would have come here and said, Konsa must be in Makueni, Konsa must be this. We will not allow. But the people in Makueni County and the people in Machakos are the same. I mean, you can move from Makueni and come and live in Machakos. As Senator Sakaja was saying here, we have the freedom of every citizen to live in any part of this country. And tomorrow we have a right to move also. I probably when I retire, Madam Speaker, I may want to go and live in Makueni or live in Konza. That's the beauty of this country. And that is how we should develop this nation in such a way that each one of us can feel proud to be able to move from one corner to another. And I hope some of you are going to be governors like the move of this motion, and among others who are in this house, must make sure that you make our countries shine. You must make sure that our countries are places, counties are places where we can run to, can be a safe haven, and set a very good example. I don't know what to say about the 6, one was impeached, the 5 who are remaining, who are senators here. I don't know, some have done well, some not so well. I hope the next lot of senators who are going to be governors will make us proud. Congratulations, Senator Mutula Kilonzo, and I beg to support.
Senator Mogeni Eric.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me an opportunity to contribute to this wonderful, fantastic bill from Senator for Makueni. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of working very closely with the father of Senator Mutula, the late senior counsel, Senator for Makueni Mutula Kilonzo. And I want to say this, Madam Speaker, very objectively and very professionally, that the people of Makueni have blessed this Senate with this brilliant young man called Senator Mutula, Mr. Speaker. Because when you read this bill, Mr. Speaker, it's going to give a mechanism and a framework for resolving disputes that run across so many counties.
You know, you keep referring to your classmate as Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. Sorry. Let me amend. I'm saying Madam Speaker. And I don't want the class of 93 to raise issues with me that I'm not able to recognize Madam Speaker, who was my classmate. And those who doubt that we went to school, Madam Speaker, I confirm that we went to the University of Nairobi together. So I really want to begin by thanking Senator Mutula, one of the most brilliant senators, and though we wish you well in your ambitions of becoming the governor for Makueni, this house will sorely miss your brilliant debates in this house. But we want to wish you well because that will be a promotion. And number 2, Madam Speaker, I hope that this time our brothers and sisters who come from the counties that we represent in this Senate will look at this bill very objectively, Madam Speaker, and look at the good intentions behind this bill and the framework that has been put in place to assist counties in solving a number of disputes that are facing counties. And it will be sad, it will be a sad day, Mr. Speaker, if this time around again, the National Assembly becomes an impediment to the passage of this bill. I personally will make an effort to speak to all the members of parliament from my county, because we are also victims. We also have a boundary dispute between the county of Kisii and the county of Nyamira at a town called Keroka. Yeah, in fact, I've crafted a statement that is coming to the House where I want the CS Interior and National Coordination to come and point out to us where the boundaries of Keroka and Keroka Township is between the county of Kisii and the county of Nyamira. And this is causing problems, Madam Speaker. Just, I believe, about 5 weeks ago, I was at home and I had a huge delegation of business people from Keroka who are facing double taxation, so to speak, because they paid license fees to the county government of Nyamira, and then a few weeks down the line, enforcement officers from the county government of Kisii were at Keroka also demanding rates to be paid to the county government of Kisii. And when they resisted, Madam Speaker, their goods were carted away. And these are innocent traders. People are suffering during this very difficult and hard COVID period. So it's good that we have a framework that can deal with some of this vagueness in terms of boundaries between these two, between many counties. I've tried to read the description that sets the boundaries between Nyamira and Kisii. And I think if you ask anybody from North Mogirango, when you are saying that it commences at Nyaututu and the Sondu rivers, they will tell you maybe that should not be the case because they know that they have a township called Chabera. But maybe at that time, that small center had not been recognized as such. So we used the Nyaututu and the Sondu rivers. But I can tell you that I know where Sondu River is. It is far away from that market called Chabera. Because when you look at the road that was done from Chebilat through Ikonge, terminating at Chabera, that should be the correct boundary between the county of Omabay and the county of Nyamira. So if an issue was to arise, I tell you that what you have here is fairly vague. If you go to the description between Kisii County and Nyamira at Keroka, what is described there is the current Nyaribari Masaba. Now, if you say the boundary is at Nyaribari Masaba, and that is a constituency, it's very vague. So we really need a framework that can address some of these issues that were not defined with clarity. Because 1992, the intention was just to bring administrative unit close to people, but who are really brothers and sisters. Kisses between Nyamira and Kisii. We are homogeneous. We are one people. We didn't know in 1992. Nobody knew that one time there will be a county boundary between Kisii and Nyamira. So it was just declared there will be a Nyamira district there. There will be Kisii district. But now there's a bigger problem, because when you talk about counties, people are now looking at revenue. And when you talk about money, disputes are meant to arise. Madam Speaker, in my committee, we are dealing with more than 7 disputes among counties. And we have called the IBC. They have come to our committee. They tell you, see, As all we know are elective units. We don't know about count boundaries. We just know about elective units, where the polling centers are, and where the boundaries of electoral units are. When you call the CS interior, he also has some limitations. And look, Baringo, West Pokot, Turkana, serious dispute at Kapedo. Serious dispute at Kapedo. And this has been going on for many years. So what Senator Mutula has brought to the House is trying to create a framework that will find a lasting solution. And this is something that all elected leaders, not just senators, even our brothers and sisters across at the National Assembly should embrace. Look at this ODM zone. You know, this is Kisumu, Vihiga, Siaya, at Maseno. Serious disputes. A statement was brought to this House, and that statement was referred to our committee, but we are unable really to find a solution. It has been pending for a long time. We are not able to find a solution. Talk about our brothers from Masaku. I think it's between Makueni and, no, before you go to Taita, there's a dispute between Makueni and Machakos at Konza, at Konza City. I mean, even if I was to be a governor, I would love that Konza City be in my county. Yeah, because of the potential of that place. But nobody really, as we speak today, has a proper framework on how we can find a dispute. Even you, Madam Speaker, you have a dispute between your county of Kajiado and Makueni. Is it called Marushe? Narushe. I am not able to pronounce that word. I think
It's called Merueshi.
Narueshi, yeah. There's a dispute there. And if you talk to, I mean, the governor of Taita Taveta, he will tell you that between the people of Taita Taveta and the people of Machakos, serious problem at Mutito Andei, the famed Mutito Andei. Personally, I thought Mutito Andei should naturally be in Machakos, because when you drive through Mutito Andei, the people you meet there are from Masaku. But if you, I mean, and very emotionally, the senator for Taita Taveta tells you there is a problem on the boundaries between those two counties. So, and many, many others that I may not mention here, including our deputy majority leader here from Isiolo. We have a problem between...
Just for information, I think there was a settlement of a boundary dispute between Kajiado and Taita Taveta. Yes. Between the two governors, they were able to agree.
They were able to agree?
Yes, so I hope it will be lasting.
That's a very good one. If they were able to agree, that's very good. Then we have the one of Garissa and Isiolo. And many of these, Madam Speaker, have remained unresolved. In fact, instead of leaving this to our courts, judicial system, let's take advantage of the provisions of Article 159. Because what Senator Mutula is doing is actually invoking the provisions of Article 159 and promoting alternative forms of dispute resolution. So I really want to say that this bill is very, very progressive. It's a good one. I wish we had even enacted it earlier into law, but it's never too late, and members should lobby. We should reach out to our brothers in the National Assembly so that we process it. We don't mind amendments being proposed, but let it not stall. I know there has been issues that have been raised on the viability of some counties. I think the smallest should be Lamu. Yeah, should be Lamu. But Madam Speaker, these are problems all over the world where you have a kind of devolved system of government. I think if you go to, if I can remember correctly, if you go to the United States, Rhode Island, which is a state with 2 senators in the Senate, has only 2 congressmen. It's the smallest. It has only 2 congressmen in the House of Representatives, compared to a bigger state like California, where the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, comes from, which has 53. So we are able to, accommodate these our brothers. I think we need to retain the counties the way they were conceived. Some are big, some are small. I think in US, as Senator Murkomen correctly put it, it's only boundaries of Congress, we call them congressional districts, that keep changing depending on the population demographics. But the boundaries of states have remained the same for over 200 years. So I think we should also retain the same spirit in Kenya. But when we revisit again the issue of boundaries, I think for our constituencies, it's good to have this system that prevails in the United States of America. But every 10 years, boundaries keep shifting. And the number of seats allocated to states keeps shifting depending on the population of a particular state. Many years back, the largest used to be New York, but it has now been overtaken by California. New York has only 27 congressmen in the House of Representatives. California has about 53. And this should be a challenge to our governors, that if you put in place an attractive economic environment, you're able to attract more investors, you attract more people to settle in your state, and then the counties can grow. I'm looking to a time when we will all be looking north, because there's a lot of land in northern Kenya, Isiolo, Mandera, Marsabit. I mean, why should we be staying in Kisii, where the largest land I can ever dream of owning is maybe half an acre? But I can move up to northeastern and own big land, maybe 10 acres. So we really also should challenge our governors, including the incoming governor of Makueni, Senator Mutula, to create an economic environment that is friendly to investors, is friendly to business people, so that counties can grow. I like, Madam Speaker, the composition of the mediation committee that is captured in part 3, where the chairperson must be an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with not less than 15 years experience. Because it's a serious matter one is going to arbitrate on, and it's good that we pick an advocate who has good experience. I think this is a qualification for being a judge of the Court of Appeal. But my members of Law Society of Kenya should do a self-re-examination. If you read through this bill, there has not been a proposal for the Law Society to pick a nominee to sit in these committees because of the wrangles that we are seeing. It's really a shame, Madam Speaker. And some of us, senior counsel, have tried to reach out to the chair of the Law Society, our president, President Harvey. I've tried to reach out to members of the council, and they are not seeing the bigger picture, Madam Speaker. It's really a shame. I thought that we should have found space for the Law Society of Kenya to be given an opportunity to nominate a representative. But because of the way they have conducted their business, it's not attractive anymore to recommend that the Law Society of Kenya should nominate a representative. Of course, part 4, I like the fact that we have given an opportunity even to a registered voter. This is not just about senator or governor seeking help from parliament, but any other member of the public from a county who is registered as a voter can actually petition parliament to be assisted. And then to show the seriousness of the Independent Count Boundaries Commission, Kenyans should listen to this. In section 5, the chairperson must hold qualifications of being appointed a judge of the Supreme Court. Serious business, Madam Speaker, serious business. So this is a bill that our colleagues on the other house need to embrace and support because of the seriousness that it has been accorded. I can see that my time is up, Madam Speaker, but the other thing I like is on part 4, the fact that this dispute should be addressed in the shortest time possible within a period of 30 days, and that really is very good. Timely resolution of disputes is a good thing in a system that embraces rule of law. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I support and sincerely thank Senator Mutula for this very wonderful piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Kajwang Moses, Senator Cherargei Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Madam Speaker, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, from the onset, maybe before I make a few remarks, because I think when this bill came before, we had already heavily deliberated on. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to convey my heartfelt condolences. This morning, we have lost one of the a truck maestro by the name Agnes Tirop that was allegedly murdered in Iten. Apparently, she comes from my neighborhood, and she had won a bronze medal in 2020 Tokyo Olympics. And it is a sad day for the country that we can lose such a young girl who was just she was to turn 26 in the next few days. So I hope the DCI and the police are able to address the perpetrators that have taken such a young life. And for the athletics fraternity, I want to wish them well and pray God that may give them the fortitude to the family in Dubenetian, Kamnyamisa area, and the parents. We really feel for them that we had to lose through a murder of such a Agnes Tirop, who was going to be one of the best long-distance runner in this republic. Madam Speaker, that being said, Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and the future of Makueni, of course, County, for this bill. I think this is the bills that, Madam Speaker, we really worked hard to salvage. And this bill cannot go on record without my comments, because you was one of the people who worked really hard through. Then I used to chair one of the powerful committees in this house, and my predecessor had just spoken, that we really did a lot. We did pleadings courtesy of your office. I thank colleagues who were in practice. They were the front line. And these are among the 24 legislations that we went court to try and protect. And it can tell you why. When you look at Article 188, which this law is anchored on, was very important. My Senator Omogeni has really given us details of various county boundaries dispute. And Madam Speaker, I am really impressed by this law. I want to thank Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and hope and pray that our brothers at the lower house will find it wise to process this law. And I agree that we need to lobby. Personally, I have 6 members of National Assembly and a county member of Parliament, county women rep. We need also to use another strategy, Madam Speaker, and I hope the mover of the motion is listening carefully to try and talk to them, to see maybe some people, Madam Speaker, normally forget. Maybe they don't know the value of this law. I think it is upon us to lobby, to teach them, to educate them, to reason with them. Even the Bible says, Madam Speaker, come, let us reason together. Let us have azimio. Let us think about it. So, Madam Speaker, we need to really talk to them. Maybe they don't. Madam Speaker, I want to really, and I know Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Senator would really want to reply, but just make few comments only so that I can allow. One is on mediation. I agree with her that let us have mediation committee so that it can be addressed. You remember there was an issue of Kisumu, Kakamega, and then my brother has talked about Nyamira, Kisii. We talk also, I'm happy that your county was able to resolve the issue. There was an issue with Kiambu. Another time there was issue of Kajiado. So, Madam Speaker, anywhere, even Nandi, Madam Speaker, we have an issue where it is now before the National Land Commission, where the boundary between Kisumu and Nandi has never been clear. A National Land Commission has really tried through other organs to try and sit and understand where is really the boundary between Nandi and Kisumu. It's a contested issue. When you go to Chama's area, when you go to the other side of Kisumu, there will always be contestation that you think it should not be in Nandi, others think that it should not be in Kisumu. And I think this law will facilitate and allow us to be able. So when the establishment of a mediation committee is very timely and it will assist, because I have seen before the alteration of the boundary, it is very important that we have mediation that will try, because, Madam Speaker, the legal practice which you are seeing here looks into the future where most of these issues are resolved, either amicably through mediation and negotiation and any other forms of alternative dispute resolution. I think that is where the countries are facing, and I'm happy that Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. learned a lot when I took him to the conference that we had in Africa Union in Addis Ababa, and then when I was the chair, where we were attending the ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution and Mediation process, where we did at the AU headquarters. And I think that is where, apart from commercial transaction, we really want, and even the country is moving even to issues of some level of criminal issues should be resolved through alternative dispute resolution, so long as they are not repugnant to moral and the justice and the constitution. So I think the mediation forms are very critical. And then on the issue of petition, of course, to the Speaker, I agree with the timeline. It's very important. An appointment of the commission, I will marry that together. And this commission, that they've been given specific timelines. And the detail of the appointment of this commission, alteration of county boundaries, should be acted. And I've written a specific law that Senator Mutula Kilonzo has put in, is that if the National Assembly decide not to act, it is deemed to have been passed or resolved. And I think it is very important, because we know the National Assembly sometimes with the law that are generated from Senate, they are not comfortable. In fact, they go ahead and prejudice our laws. So it is important that this provision was included by saying that that is clause 23.3. If the National Assembly fails to consider the resolution of the Senate within the specified time, the National Assembly is deemed to have approved the resolution of the Senate. And I think it is very important. This process of mediation, the issue of county boundaries that is appointed by the President, independent boundaries commission to be appointed by the President, will ensure that there is a rigorous process. By the time, Madam Speaker, there is an allowance of alteration of a boundary, it has gone a rigorous process. It has had an opportunity to listen to the people. And one of the key things in this devolution and in the Constitution, Madam Speaker, is the issue of public participation. And it is very critical, very important, and it cannot happen because there could be perception that the alteration of boundaries shall not be done by the stroke of the pen. It must go through a rigorous process. It must be listened to. It must be engaged. There must be public participation. And this Boundaries Commission should be very important, and the petition shall be put in place. And I like, because this one the Senate will have an exclusive domain, because the petition will be introduced and be taken by the Speaker of the Senate. I think that has been very specific. And therefore, by the time this commission that is being set up, and I'm happy with the commission and even the mediation, where they have said any person that is either statistics, which is very important, because population, as my brother said yesterday, population now determines resource allocation. The reason why we were fighting here on third generation formula is because population, now people wanted to follow resources. You can give somebody wrong resources or more resources, yet the boundary is not there. And I think it is very important, and that is why we fought over it. There was an issue of public administration, which is important, of course, law, and of course, meeting the members of the chapter 6 on constitution and on integrity, Madam Speaker. So by and large, the fight that we are headed into the future of this country is resource, issues of boundaries, and issues of allocation. If these things are not being carefully, if there is no legislation as this County Boundaries Bill 2021, Madam Speaker, we are in for a very interesting. And that is why when Kenya National Population announced its census of 2019, Madam Speaker, when it was released, there is perception that Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, or the census, is manipulated not only for political reasons, but for resource allocation. And that is why you saw People like Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. were in Team Kenya, others were in 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 vote. And it was only because the censor sometimes are skewed, Madam Speaker, to follow a certain issue of politics and a certain issue of resource allocation. So we must get the boundaries right, because even in terms, the biggest hot potato in this republic is even the limitation of constituencies. That is what we found cornerstone in the previous conversation that we have. So I, by and large, because I didn't want to take a lot, I think I had spoken to this issue when it was first, before it received the untimely demise in the National Assembly, before the Court of Appeal, the High Court, decided to revive it, like the way it resurrection, like the Jesus resurrected. So since it has resurrected, I really want to see this law into fruition. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that congratulate Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., and I hope these are the Mang laws that he will go and implement when he becomes the governor of Makueni, and ensure that this law is followed to the fullest now that is legal framework. Madam Speaker, we are tired. When God willing will be the governor of Makueni decides to meet governor of Kitui over chai and mandazi, there is no framework, there is no policy. So after taking chai and mandazi, what follows? So this law gives them the framework, the terms of engagement, TOR, terms of reference. You know, you only live once, YOLO. So what we are just saying, Madam Speaker, is that there should be a certain policy and legal framework that when the governor of County A, if Kajiado, for example, and Narok, even if they have a small dispute over collection of revenue of a particular town, they can be able to say these are the terms of reference. And it is recognized by law. Because sometimes, Madam Speaker, you sometimes mean well, you can meet and decide. But when somebody rushes to court, they say those things are illegal. So I really want to thank Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and celebrate and say that we hope this bill will receive a fair hearing in the National Assembly. We need to see it in fruition. And of course, I don't think when it comes to Committee of the Whole, we will just spruce it up. We will not do major committee amendments. So with those very, very many remarks, Madam Speaker, opportunity.
No more requests, so I call upon Senator Mutula Jr. to respond. Reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the senators who have contributed, Senator Murkomen, Senator Cherargei, Senator Sakaja, Senator Omogeni, for their valued contribution to this very important cause. Madam Speaker, other than the fact that they have reiterated what they said before, the history that we have had from Senator Sakaja and Senator Kipchumba Murkomen is important for the record. The record will reflect that the people to protect counties in reality is us, because the counties were left hanging. The people who wanted 47 was just a compromise. And who knows, you might find somebody one day who is not interested in these counties. And therefore, to anchor this properly in law is a security that we require. That article in the Constitution that talks about protection of counties, Madam Speaker, now relates squarely to this law, because this bill in its entirety is trying to protect counties. But let's not forget also, and I've said this before, and for the avoidance of doubt, we are not demarcating the country. We're just finding a place for everybody to live peacefully and find reason to work properly. Once counties are properly defined, Madam Speaker, there's no reason why portions of those counties should be left behind. I've seen the history of boundaries. Every place where either a constituency ends, a ward ends, or a county, more often than not, those places are ignored, neglected. This is a reminder for our governors, for our ward representatives, everybody else, that every part of the county matters. And every part of mentioned in this bill belongs to your county. It should not be left behind. I was in a campaign recently where the governor of my county said, elect person X so that I can bring development. I said, what sort of thinking is that? MCAs are not elected so that they can bring development through the governor. The framework must be clear, the framework of working, framework of wards, framework of our boundaries is actually key. It occurred to me when I was dealing with this bill that we don't have a framework for our international boundaries. And since we are in a quarrel, even with Somalia, about our boundaries, Madam Speaker, part of the solution is what Senator Kipchumba Murkomen has said, that the minute we resolve the boundaries of our counties, we'll have gone most likely 75% into resolution of our international boundaries. I beg to reply and request, Madam Speaker, for the deferral of putting the question to a later date under Standing Order number 61.3. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the time. Asante.
The bill is deferred to another date. We go to the next order.
Order number 17, the County Oversight and Accountability Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2021, second reading.
That bill, that one is deferred. Senator Ledama is not in. We go to the next bill.
Order number 18, the Lifestyle Audit Bill, Senate Bills number 36 of 2021, second reading.
Senator Faria Ali Haji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to move this bill. Madam Speaker, I request that the Lifestyle Audit Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2021, be read a second time. Madam Speaker, before I start from the onset, I would like to thank the chair of JLAC for processing this bill twice. As the former chair had sat on this bill for many months without bringing it to fore. And as a result, this bill, I first finalized the preparation of this bill by October 2018. But thanks to Senator Omugeni, when he took over the helm of that committee, things started moving. So I just wish to recognize his effort in ensuring that this bill moves forward. Madam Speaker, the main object of this bill is to put a legal framework for undertaking lifestyle audit for public officers. In creating this framework, the bill seeks to incorporate the values and the principles of governance under Article 10 and Chapter 6 of the Constitution into the public service. Madam Speaker, the background of the bill is corruption is endemic in Kenya, and efforts to address it have time and again failed, Madam Speaker, to bear fruits. This is the situation despite empirical evidence showing that public officers are living beyond their means. Madam Speaker, people don't do corruption and tell everybody, hey, I am taking money, come and see me. It is normally underhand deals where it's not very clear, it's not under very clear circumstances. So, Madam Speaker, to nail these people is much more difficult than, to address in terms of ordinary bills that prohibit corruption. But in terms of somebody who is living beyond their means, Madam Speaker, it is evidence from, the kind of property somebody earns, from the kind of lifestyle somebody lives, from the kind of education his children go to, from the house they live, from the cars that they drive. There's so many evidence that you can see. So in this bill, that framework is being established to ensure that somebody I mean, it becomes obvious for many people that this person is living beyond their means, and therefore they need to, this issue needs to be addressed so that we tackle corruption comprehensively, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issue is what motivated me to sponsor this bill was in June 2018, our President, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, had said that all public officers must go through a lifestyle audit. At that point, Madam Speaker, there are so many people who went to public forum to claim that there is no legal framework to undertake a legal framework. And that is what now made me to start doing my research. And I discovered that there are 2 countries who already have, at least the one from my research, I just identified 2 countries that have a very clear legal framework on how to carry out a lifestyle audit. That is the UK and South Africa. And so I started, collecting data. And of course, in this house, I don't think there are any people who can beat our legal team in the Senate, and also plus all the other people who support them. And after working with them for a few months, we were able to generate this bill. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank everybody who's involved, Director of Legal, all the Senate of the Clerk, all the staff, all the Secretariat for making this dream reality in this country. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, following statutes have been enacted before to address corruption. The Anti-Corruption and Economic Crime Act, the Public Officers Ethics Act, the Leadership and Integrity Act, and the Public Service Values and Principles Act. The Bribery Act, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, the Public Finance Management Act, and the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. This is therefore, this shows therefore that there is plenty of laws to make provisions for leadership and integrity and criminalize corruption and other economic crimes. Corruption is, however, still prevalent, and tackling it continues to be a challenge, Madam Speaker. The investigative agencies still face an uphill task in investigating and establishing corruption and corrupt practices. Noting that the public officers seem to be living large, one of the ways of identifying the rooting out corruption may be undertaking lifestyle audit in public officers suspected to be living beyond their means. This is, however, this just shows that at least now, once the Senate passes this bill, there will be legal framework providing, covering that lacuna that we need to cure in order to carry out that task effectively. So this, the bill therefore cures by the following provisions: the lifestyle audit process, the standard of professional conduct when carrying out a lifestyle audit, bodies to be involved in carrying out the lifestyle audit, reporting and investigation of unexplained wealth, the making public and the declaration of income and assets and liabilities, referral of matters to the Director of Public Prosecutions after conclusion of the lifestyle audit, the procedure for carrying out lifestyle audit on public officers. Madam Speaker, this bill also covers the following provisions, just an overview of the bill, where there is a reasons to believe that that officer is living beyond his or her means, lawfully obtained and reported income, the officer is unable to account for sources of income, or the officer has misappropriated funds under the officer's care and trust. The bill also stipulates that in carrying out the audit, the commission that is tasked to carry out the lifestyle audit is the EACC. They are so required to inform the officers of the requirement to carry out the audit, submit to the officer information regarding the intended audit, reasons for the audit, accord the officer the right to be heard on the audit. Madam Speaker, where there is a reasonable ground to suspect that the public officer's lawfully obtained income would be insufficient to allow for the officers to obtain property held by such officer, the bill empowers the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to apply to the High Court for such warrants to be issued against the officer, to explain the nature and the extent of their interest in a particular property and the manner in which the property was acquired. The bill, however, allows the Commission to carry out such warrant in exceptional cases where it is believed that if we wait for a court ruling, the evidence is likely to disappear. So in that case, then it allows the Commission to carry out the search without a warrant. The bill also makes it offense for a person during the conduct of lifestyle audit to knowingly. You know, people say that probably this is inhibitive sometimes. I have a couple of people who have talked to me and said that section is prohibitive in terms of, and it is counterproductive in terms of reporting such criminals. But the other thing is, this says knowingly. So somebody has to prove that you knew that this didn't exist, but you went ahead and reported. So that is the onus of the person who is accusing you to prove that. And it's onus on you also to prove the reason why you thought this was beyond their means. So, Madam Speaker, that is the bill. It also allows ethics, okay. The bill empowers also High Court to vary or discharge interim freezing orders. Okay, the bill also allows, once the EACC applies to the High Court for freezing of, for the High Court to issue interim freezing orders, it will require to specify the period for which the freezing order will be valid, and it should not be more than 3 months. This, Madam Speaker, is just to ensure that when people's properties are frozen and they can't have gainful economic gains as a result of their properties being frozen, at least so that, it fast tracks that process so that if you are not culpable of the crime you are being accused, at least you can still continue having gainful, economic activity with either the money in your account or the property that is being frozen. The bill also empowers the High Court to vary or discharge freezing orders on the application by the Commission or by the person affected by the order. After such discharge, the bill allows the owner of the property subject to the order to apply to the High Court for compensation within 3 months from the date of discharge. The High Court may make an order for compensation only if it is satisfied that the applicant has suffered loss as a result of making the interim freezing orders, there has been a serious default on the part of the Commission, and that the order would not have been made had the loss would not have been made had the default not occurred. The bill further provides that where an officer of the Commission without reasonable cause applies or knowingly relies on false information to obtain an interim freezing orders, the order is subsequently discharged and compensation awarded. The officer of shall be personally liable to pay the compensation, and disciplinary action will be taken against the officer. Madam Speaker, the bill also allows the Ethics and Anti-Corruption to apply to the High Court for an account to be frozen, freezing of an account order with respect to account that's subject to lifestyle audit. The bill allows such an application to be ex parte if the circumstances such cases the notice of the application would prejudice the effect of the order sought. Where the High Court issues an account freezing order, it would be required to specify the period for which the order shall be valid, with such a period shall not exceed 3 months. Similarly, the provision on interim freezing orders, the bill allows the High Court to vary aside or set aside an account freezing order and determine compensation for a person affected by the order. The bill also allows Commission, with due notice and after considering any objections raised, issues an account forfeiture notice to the holder of the frozen account for the purpose of forfeiting money. Like, for example, if it is proven that you don't qualify for, the money you've acquired illegally, and that this money belongs to the state, then the court can decide that you forfeit that money, and that means the money goes back now to the government in terms of, so that at least also government can do what it ought to have done with that money had it not been stolen. The bill also allows the High Court, the Commission to apply for ex parte to the High Court for an order requiring an associate of public officer subject to lifestyle audit to provide within reasonable time specified in the order written statement stating whether the property was acquired by purchase, gift, inheritance, or any other manner, and what consideration, if any, was given for the property. The bills define the term associate to mean a person whom the Commission reasonably believes has had dealings with a public officer who is the subject of lifestyle audit in a relation to a property reasonably believed to have been acquired by use of unlawful obtained income. The bill makes it an offense for a person to fail to comply with the above orders, and such failure attracts penalty of a fine not exceeding 1 million or imprisonment of a term not exceeding 3 years or both. The bill further allows lifestyle audit may be carried out on an immediate family member of a public officer if it is established that the property which the subject of a lifestyle audit is owned by immediate family member, including joint ownership. The bill mandates the Commission to defer a matter to the Director of Public Prosecution, where, as a result of lifestyle audit, the Commission is of the view that criminal proceedings should be instituted against public officer. The bill further allows the person whom is the subject of the lifestyle audit to enter into a deferred prosecution agreement with the Director of Public Prosecution. Madam Speaker, the bill also allows the High Court to defer publication of the information under the bill once enacted for such a time as the court considers necessary, if the postponement is necessary to avoid substantial risk of prejudice to the administration of justice. The bill allows the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to make regulations for compensation of its provisions once enacted. It also allows the Director of Public Prosecution, in consultation with the Commission, issue guidelines on cooperation and collaboration in the investigation of crimes it once enacted. The bill finally amends the Public Officers Ethics Act to allow the information obtained in declaration or clarification made under it to be accessible to the public. This includes wealth declaration periodically made by state officers and public officers. Madam Speaker, why that is important is that once the wealth declaration is made, it is filed somewhere. Nobody has an access to anything. So it's only the institution that is employed that gets access to that information. But once this bill is enacted, why this information is important is because any public officer is accountable to the public, because public are the people who pay the taxes, and therefore, if the people don't have access, they will never know whether somebody has been living beyond their means or within their means. Madam Speaker, the consequences of the bill is this bill creates a mechanism for undertaking lifestyle audit on public officers. This will go a long way in tackling and arresting corruption in the country. It will also deter corrupt practices by public officers who will be reluctant to steal public resources and flout them in public. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 140 and subsection 1 and 140 subsection 5 of the Senate orders, the bill now stands committed to the Standing Committee of Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee, which will facilitate public participation and account for the views of the and recommendations to the public. Madam Speaker, I wish to request, I wish to move this bill and wish to request Senator Omogeni, Senator of Nyamira, to second.
Yes, point of order, Senator Kindiki.
Honorable Speaker, is Senator Faria in order to commit her bill to a committee? Because, Madam Speaker, Senator Faria has to choose whether she is the mover of the bill or the Speaker.
I noted that I actually was trying to listen as to whether she was asking that she praised that it be committed, but not for her to look like she was ordering that it be committed. So she is out of order on that aspect. And I was going to ask her to withdraw that and ask that the bill be seconded before it can be committed.
Madam Speaker, I wish to withdraw and I wish to move the bill and ask Senator Omogeni to second. Madam Speaker, in this life, it's a continuous learning. So some of us are not lawyers, but we are learning along the way. So I wish to thank Professor for correcting me. I thank you.
Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to second the Lifestyle Audit Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, I first want to begin by thanking Senator Farhia for coming up with this bill that is geared towards putting in place a mechanism that will assist this country in combating and fighting corruption. Madam Speaker, a lot of effort has gone into place before from government in trying to put in place a framework that can increase accountability of people who have the privilege of handling public money and who may end up embezzling that money. Mr. Speaker, I want to disclose that previously, before I moved into this life of politics, I served as the chair of Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, and I left in 2011, having stayed in that organization for 5 years. In 2010, in the run-up to the passage of the 2010 Constitution, we had a bill similar to this one. I remember appearing several times before the National Assembly then, but that bill was rejected and it never saw the light of the day. So this is a very good effort by Senator Farhia, and I hope that this time around, Parliament will see the wisdom of passing this bill. Madam Speaker, it is said that this country loses a whooping 608 billion annually to corruption. When you translate that, it's about 7.8% of our GDP, or a third of our budget. Madam Speaker, that is staring at a crisis. Madam Speaker, this country will never attain development. This country will never be transformed. This country will never catch up with other fast developed countries if we continue allowing corruption to remain a cancer within our public sector. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we convert that rate down to the money that we send to counties, what that means, Madam Speaker, is that every financial year, when we pass money that should go down to counties, 7.8% of that money is lost to corruption. What that means also, Madam Speaker, is that in each financial year, when you give money to our constituency, CDF, every time you give CDF 137 million, it means that 7.8%, roughly 30 million, is lost to corruption, Madam Speaker. And if you have traversed this country, we all know the poverty levels that we have in this country. And Madam Speaker, the effect of this kind of money that is lost is there for people to see. In terms of even CDF alone, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of disparity. Constituencies that are managed well, you will hear cases of children going to school being given bursaries of up to 35,000. In the worst managed constituencies, Madam Speaker, kids going to school are paid as little as 3,000. You know, that's mocking Kenyans. Madam Speaker, take an example of, if I pick one school in my county called Tombe Girls, the annual fee, and I'm happy that Mama Miradi is here because I've seen her as being a champion of uplifting the lives of the poor. Now, if you pick a poor Kenyan trying to make a living, earning maybe less than $2 as profit from a business, the fees for Tombe Girls annually is 43,000 shillings. And then you are giving that Kenyan 3,000 annually as bursary. That's mockery. If I pick any of my constituencies, Madam Speaker, traversing one point to the office of headquarters of the constituency where you will make an application for CDF and coming back again to confirm whether you are successful, you will spend 50% of this money. You will spend 1,500. The bursary you are getting will be 1,500. Madam Speaker, we want to put in place a mechanism of fighting corruption so that these benefits can trickle down to the poorest of the poor in this country, Madam Speaker. We want everybody to be able to account for the sources of their income. If you are, for example, working as a chair of CDF, we need to know how much you earn and the source of money that has enabled you to start driving 4x4 vehicles within the constituency, Madam Speaker. If you are a member of parliament or you are a senator, we need to know your professional background. How much money have you been making, Madam Speaker, to allow you lead the kind of lifestyle you are leading, Madam Speaker? Otherwise, how do you explain a case, for example, Madam Speaker, what we handled when I was chair of EACC, and I'm happy that the judiciary has since resolved that matter, where a junior officer who was working as an accountant in the National Water Corporation had cash deposits in his personal account of more than 130 million, Madam Speaker. And the salary of that officer is 45,000. That's a distortion. There is no way, Madam Speaker, you can be earning 45,000. You have no returns to Kenya Revenue Authority showing that you own rental incomes where you have earned that money from, but you have just received kickbacks. That's why I agree with the proposals in this bill that we should give powers to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to go and get court orders to block such accounts. And if you are not able to explain to the satisfaction of the court the source of your income, then you should lose that money, Madam Speaker. That's the only way we can effectively fight corruption, Madam Speaker, in this country. And the data is there. Madam Speaker, the countries that are ranked, that they have populations that are the happiest in the world, they are the ones who are also ranked as being least corruption. Like Finland, Madam Speaker. In the last 10 years, if you look at the data from Finland, the residents of that country have been ranked as one of the happiest in the world. And if you go to the corruption index, they also ranked as the least corrupt. Same to New Zealand, Madam Speaker. That's why we have so many youthful Kenyans who are day in, day out dying to relocate to New Zealand. But we can make a New Zealand in Kenya, Madam Speaker. All that we need to do is to put in place a framework that can effectively tackle corruption, Madam Speaker. And this bill is such an attempt, Madam Speaker. We have done so many things. Nowadays, you go to school, you even find that the anti-corruption is running integrity and anti-corruption clubs in schools, so that we can bring up future leaders who have known the values of integrity, Madam Speaker. That's how desperate this country has gotten to, that we are trying to put in place every mechanism that can inculcate good virtues on our future leaders, Madam Speaker. When you look at sectors, Madam Speaker, some of the sectors that are most corrupt are the ones that are in the interface of Kenyans day in, day out. Take, for example, the Kenya police, Madam Speaker. Everybody doing business interacts with the Kenyan police every day. If you are a transporter from Mombasa to Uganda, you will interact with the policeman. If you are a Kenyan who is trying to make a living through border, because there are no jobs, you will interact with policemen, Madam Speaker. If you are a Kenyan running a matatu business, Madam Speaker, you will interact with policemen. Virtually every Kenyan that is in business will interact with a policeman, one way or the other. Yet, Madam Speaker, they are ranked as the most bribery-prone institution in this country. And Madam Speaker, if you speak to border riders, because I had an opportunity to speak to some of them, Madam Speaker, they will tell you that at times when they are in trouble, the police take the entire income of the day, Madam Speaker. Their profit is maybe 800 shillings. If they find themselves in the wrong hands with the police take everything, Madam Speaker. And these are poor Kenyans, Madam Speaker. They are riding motorcycles in roads that are poorly maintained, Madam Speaker. When they go back to their homes in the evening, Madam Speaker, it's even a struggle to smile with their spouses, Madam Speaker, because they are so tired, Madam Speaker. But we are so merciless as a country, so inhuman as a country, that we again take from these poor young Kenyans. And it's not their fault that they are not able to find jobs. It's because as a government, as a country, we have not been able to put in place mechanisms to find jobs for these people, Madam Speaker. If you go to counties, we passed laws, procurement laws, where we said 30% of business should be reserved for women and the youth. But, Mr. Speaker, it's a struggle for them to enter the system, the procurement system, and be able to do business. They are told, give bribes. Yet they have no money, Madam Speaker. We have even passed legislations where procurement should be open, where each public entity should put names and directors of companies on their websites. But they don't, Madam Speaker. Even at constituency level, Madam Speaker, I've tried to register young people in border and women groups and encourage them to get business. But people in counties, people at constituency prefer giving business to their friends so that they receive kickbacks. This is what this law is trying to address, to discourage people who are making their income through unexplained means, through soliciting for bribes, Mr. Speaker, so that we give opportunity to these young people, we give opportunity to our women, so that they can take advantage of the resources that have been devolved to the constituencies, to the counties. Madam Speaker, if you allow women and the youth to do business in constituencies, You're making available 137 million at the constituency level, available for these women to build toilets in schools, to build classes in schools, and they are able, Madam Speaker, to do bush clearing in our roads. Who tells you that those young people and the women cannot do it? They can do it. But we who are at the constituency, we who are at the county, we don't want these young people, we don't want these women to do this business because we want to look for people who can give us kickbacks. That's why this law is good. Madam Speaker, I like what is in part 1, Madam Speaker, whereby there's an introduction of due care and professionalism, even as you want to move to court to conduct a lifestyle audit, because we also don't want witch hunt. We don't want this law to become a witch hunt where we want to fight our political opponents. So that's why the bill says there must be due care and professionalism, there must be objectivity, and there must be confidentiality. Very, very important, Madam Speaker. We were with Senator Mutula attending the Commonwealth Lawyers Conference in the city of Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And there are people in this world who make money. And those are the ones we don't want ESCC to harass. We were with a friend from Australia, Madam Speaker, and we were told there is a barrister there called Robert Richter. He's the one who defended Cardinal Pell, who was accused of sexual offenses, Madam Speaker. That lawyer, to hire him for one day, you pay him between 12,000 to 15,000 Australian dollars per day to get the services of that barrister, Madam Speaker. And we have no problem with such a Kenyan, Madam Speaker, because you know the source of their income. Those are professionals. If you go to them, they will tell you, look, this is what I charge Cardinal Pell, and this is the money that went into my account. That's important. That's why we are saying there should be objectivity, there should be due care, there should be professionalism. When you know that such a Kenyan is a professional who has made that kind of income, you don't need to go and harass them wanting to search their accounts. That can be explained, Madam Speaker. The idea of confidentiality, it's not fair that merely because you want to go and do a lifestyle audit on a person, you call them to ESCC, then you tip the media, then tomorrow we see a headline saying, for example, I know Senator Mutula is a good man. We don't want to see an headline saying Senator Mutula is now under lifestyle audit. There should be confidentiality, Madam Speaker. So these provisions are good. What I don't like, maybe which we should consider going forward, is this leeway, trying to give ESCC leeway, making searches in people's homes without obtaining search warrants from court. Madam Speaker, it's always good to know that when you give power to somebody, there is always a likelihood of those people abusing their powers. So let us ensure that the only way you can go to do a search warrant in somebody's house is after you have approached the High Court. And I like the elevation of the importance of this. Not a magistrate's court. You approach the High Court. It's a judge of the High Court that will listen to this application for a search warrant. The only thing we need to add is that name what you are going to search from somebody's house. You don't need to go to somebody's house to ask for bank statements. I mean, those ones, you go to the bank and get them. You don't need to go to land's office. I mean, you don't need to go to somebody's house to search for titles. You can go to land's registry and you can get the titles. So we also don't want a situation where you scare everybody in Kenya and we start seeing raids in people's homes. A raid in a person's home should be done very sparingly, when it's absolutely necessary that a person's home be raided to go and get evidence that should be named in that such warrant. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, if we don't do that, there is likelihood of also this being abused. We know how Kenya is, Madam Speaker. The other good thing, Madam Speaker, is that anybody who is aggrieved can go back to court, seek to set aside a lifestyle audit order. That's very good, because if ESCC has gotten it wrong, then the person against whom an audit is being done can go to court, put evidence forth, and then that is set aside. That's good, because we want this to be done where there is due process. We don't want to scare Kenyans and send chills down them that this is meant to be used for witch hunt. Another thing, Madam Speaker, is that any evidence that is obtained should be returned to court. This business of you search people's homes, obtain evidence, and you store it at EACC for several months or several days is not good. Once you get evidence from a home where you have carried out a search, that evidence should be taken to court. And it's good that you have put in place the idea of deferred prosecution and they give an opportunity to the Kenyan who has stolen from us to voluntarily surrender that money back to the state in return for freedom. Because what we want is to ensure that that money does not benefit the person who are corrupt. So, Madam Speaker, because my time is up, I second this bill and fully support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I now propose that the Lifestyle Audit Bill, Senate Bills number 36 of 2021, be read a second time. Senator Kindiki Kidure. Professor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we were young, we fancied becoming successful and wealthy professionals in the future. And we used to be asked by teachers what we would like to be when we grow up. And we would cite all manner of professions, from being pilots to teachers to lawyers to doctors, etc. Today, I am not sure that our children across this country are looking forward to becoming successful professionals. Why? Because being a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher is no longer associated with succeeding in life and being wealthy. The sad story of our country is that the richest people today are in the public sector, mainly in politics and civil service, or those whose their parents or grandparents were in politics and civil service. This is against the norm internationally, where the most wealthy people are people in the private sector. From Jeff Bezos to Jack Ma to very rich professionals that I know, doctors, lawyers. In fact, among the 20 richest people in the world, I think there is a doctor who runs a doctor of South African origin who runs a successful practice in the United States of America. I think he's in the top 10 rich people. But in our country, the richest people are politicians, civil servants, and the families of people who have been in the public service and in politics. We are all guilty. And as much as I support this bill, I see serious headwinds and serious turbulence hitting this bill. Because our society is not very receptive of lifestyle audits, and people ask to account for their wealth. We are all guilty. Not even the media is spared. And therefore you will see from our media references to a minister being moved to a lucrative ministry, while the position of a cabinet minister is a position which the remuneration is constant, because it's a rank that is paid, or a PS. You'll see the media saying a certain minister has been moved from a lucrative ministry to a less lucrative ministry, or vice versa. You'll also hear media referring to members of parliament, including senators, serving in lucrative committees. And you wonder, which is this committee that is lucrative? Since the allowance is standard, it's 5,000 shillings for attending a committee meeting, as far as I know. But you'll see references to lucrative committees. So, Honorable Speaker, this disease of corruption and the greed for money and unexplained wealth has affected our country in all sectors without exception. I dare submit, Honorable Speaker, the problem we have is not lack of laws, and I'm not trying to demean or underrate the efforts of my sister, Senator Faria, and I'm not trying to underestimate what this bill can do if it sees the light of day. Nevertheless, we have very good laws. We have one of the best constitutions in the world, which includes a very robust chapter on integrity and leadership. I have not seen this kind of law in any constitution. And I have looked at nearly all the constitutions of the world and studied them at length. We have a few similar constitutions, but Kenyan constitution ranks highly in terms of profiling and elevating matters integrity and leadership and the need for a clean public service. Nevertheless, it's the implementation where it matters. So I really hope that this bill will add value to the fight against corruption and the need for people to be transparent as they serve the nation. The Honorable Speaker, I dare submit that the experience this country is going through, and you can see that in very junior civil servants who are accused of holding property which is in billions, which cannot be explained, junior clerks in NHIF and other parastatals, policemen, and I'm not saying a policeman cannot be rich. We are not also saying that junior clerks in ministries cannot and parastatals cannot be rich. But the explanation is not there. The explanation is not there. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this bill is timely. I wish it all the best. I doubt that it will survive. Nevertheless, it has my support and best wishes. I support. Thank you.
Senator Mutula, Kilonzo Mutula, Jr. I was just wondering whether we will term that as a prophet of doom, or, but we hope that it will survive.
Thank you, Speaker. You've got to trust Professor. He knows his way around here, having been a majority leader. In fact, I was surprised when he talked about lucrative committees. When he was assigning committees, he knew where to place people. But I rise to...
Senator Kindiki.
Honorable Speaker, is Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. in order to insinuate that I partook in any way whatsoever to the nomenclature of committees, where some committees are regarded as lucrative. I was one of the, if not the fairest and the most objective person when it came to committees. Can he withdraw and apologize?
Senator Mutula, maybe you need to...
No, the statement made by... You know, now when he's sitting at a backbench, it's very easy to make that statement. I was just saying he was at some point sitting where Faria sits and he knows what was going on around here. I rise to support in a short time to say this. It's I came across this principle called having assets unproportionate to your known source of income when I was in university. This law is old. It is so old, and countries have done this before. If you read a book by Mahathir, From Third World to First World, he has a topic called clean government. Clean government, there's no difference between clean government and lifestyle. In fact, he didn't want to get to a place where you have to check why his cabinet secretaries have cars or hotels that cannot be accounted for. The minute there was wind of corruption in this government, you are out. And he passed that law, I'm telling you, in the 1960s. That's why Singapore is where it is. I sat in a forum, chairs left, in London. And this forum in London is an incorporation of what will be our EACC, combined of various countries. So this finance minister of Nigeria was jailed for a long time for corruption. Now, in an effort to trace where he has placed his money, his wife was not as clever as him. She was going to Harrods and spends 20,000 euros, etc., etc. So they thought, wait a minute, the husband of this lady is in jail. This lady is not working. Where does she get this money? In that framework, that gentleman was jailed in England for fraud. Now, we have companies here, forget about us, even lifestyle audit. We have companies that are actively bribing public officials. Now, this lifestyle audit, and Senator Kindiki is right, is not about the person who runs Equity Bank. Because if he runs a bank and you find him with a 17 million car, why would you ask him? That is possibly his interest. But when you have a public servant driving a Range Rover costing 25 or 30 million shillings, where did that person get the money from? Now, governors are known for building hotels. I'm not sure. Maybe Faria, you can tell me, you're the auditor. The obsession with hotels, what is it? There must be something that is happening about hotels. Every governor who has stolen has a hotel somewhere. And those hotels, Madam Speaker, are in counties other than theirs. It's a very clever way of hiding assets. So while Professor Kindiki professes that your bill is going to end up nowhere, it's because the people who have stolen are going to fight you left, right, center, north, south, because they don't want to account. It's a process of accounting. But I think we are doing this the other way around. The proper way, and Kindiki, I hope the current government will consider you for an executive position. They have been promising you many things. I hope you can set a framework at the beginning. When you start in government, the day you take oath as president, and if you are chosen as deputy, that day, you take oath when you go for a luncheon at State House. You start then. You don't start later when they have stolen and you don't know what to do. Because eventually these people are your friends. Eventually these people are your allies. Sometimes even this government has found itself in awkward positions. You want to fight corruption, and by the time you fight corruption, you find, goodness me, this is my relative. So this is good, although it's coming at the tail end. It should have come at the beginning. But the fight against corruption, true fight against corruption, is to have this law in place to ensure that people can account for their wealth in public service. Public service is not the place to become billionaires. If you want to do a billionaire, open a shop. Professor Kindiki knows what to do when you open a law firm. You bill your clients as you please. Those who can pay, you tell them, the next door has another lawyer. I support. Thank you.
It is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 14th October 2021 at 2:30 p.m.